Setu bande aisi koila Danush tirte snan Rameswara dekitahan korila vishram. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then went to Setu Banda, Rameswara, where he took his bath at a place called Danush Tirtha. From there he visited the Rameswar temple and then took rest. Purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. The path through the ocean to the islands known as Mandapam and Pambam consists partly of sand and partly of water. The island of Pambam is about 11 miles long and 6 miles wide. From the Pambam harbor, 4 miles to the north, is a temple known as Rameswar. It is said, Devi Patanam Arabhya Gacheyu Setu Bandhanam. After visiting the temple of the goddess Durga, one should go to the temple of Rameswar. In this area, there are 24 different holy places, one of which is Danush Tirtha, located about 12 miles southeast of Rameswar. It is near the last station of the South Indian Railway, a station called Ramanada. It is said that here, due to the request of Vibhishan, the younger brother of Ravana, Lord Ramchandra destroyed a small bridge with his bow upon returning to his capital. If one visits Danush Tirtha, he is liberated from the cycle of birth and death. It is also said that if one bathes in Danush Tirtha, he gets all the fruitive results of performing the yajna known as Agni Stoma. Setu Banda is on the island of Pampam. There is a temple of Lord Shiva there called Rameswar. This indicates that Lord Shiva is a great personality whose worshipable deity is Lord Rama. Thus, the Lord Shiva found in the temple of Rameswar is a great devotee of Lord Ramchandra. Hare Krishna. I welcome you to Sri Setu Banda Rameswar. After Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu departed from the association of Venkata Bhatt, his brothers and his son, and all the devotees in Sri Rangam, he came to a very holy place near Madurai of the name Rishabh Hill. It is named Rishabh Hill because in the forest surrounding that hill, Lord Rishabdev, by his own supreme mystic powers, burned his body to to ashes. It was at Rishabh Hill that Lord Chaitanya made a connection that would be one of the strongest, most intimate relationships of his life. It was there that he first met the great Paramananda Puri. Paramananda Puri was staying in the house of a Brahmin, performing pilgrimage. He's originally from Trikuta. When Lord Chaitanya found out that he was in the same vicinity, with great excitement, he went to the house of that Brahmin. He fell at the feet of Paramananda Puri. Lord Chaitanya is the Supreme Lord. And with Dandavat obeisances, he clasped to the feet of Paramananda Puri, knowing him to be a dear godbrother of his own spiritual master, Ishvara Puri. Paramananda Puri lifted Lord Chaitanya up and in great ecstasy embraced him. They remained together in that Brahmin's house for several days, discussing topics of Lord Sri Krishna. When Lord Chaitanya inquired from Paramananda Puri where he was going, Paramananda Puri replied that he was just on his way to Sri Purushottam Kshetra to have the darshan of Lord Jagannath, and then he was going to Bengal to take his bath in Ganga. Is everyone able to hear? Thank you. Lord Chaitanya said that I am just going to Setu Banda, and from there I will be returning to Jagannath Puri. I beg you, with all sincerity, after you bathe in the Ganges in Bengal, please return to Jagannath Puri and let us reside there together. For your association will bring me the greatest happiness. Paramananda Puri agreed to meet Lord Chaitanya in Jagannath Puri. We know the story that when Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to Puri after his South Indian tour, Paramananda Puri was in Navadvip at the house of Sachi Mata, Lord Chaitanya's mother. And when the news came that Lord Chaitanya had arrived in Puri, Paramananda Puri came to Sri Jagannath Puri. And what a beautiful reunion that was. Lord Chaitanya personally arranged for Paramananda Puri's accommodation quite close to his own, and they lived there together for the next 18 years continuously. from Rishabdi Hill, Lord Chaitanya went to Sri Shaila. There Lord Shiva and his wife Parvati were living in disguise of two Brahmins. And Lord Chaitanya begged alms from them. Lord Shiva took Lord Chaitanya to a secluded place in the forest, and there they had secret discussions for several days. From there, Lord Chaitanya traveled to Madurai, where he was invited by a very gentle Brahmin to his home. There is a story that took place in Srirangam where several of Ramanujacharya's gurus were sitting together under a tree on the banks of Chandra Pushkarini in the temple of Ranganath, and they were having Hari Katha. At that time, procession of the deities came by. It was in the morning, and there were drums and horns, and deity was on palanquin. This was a daily affair. And one of the people in the audience of the Katha jokingly said that the Lord has come to interrupt his own Katha. But Ranganath heard that. And Ranganath told the pujari, from now on, for the next year, there will be no procession in the morning. Said that I want to sit and listen to Hari Katha. So Lord Chaitanya was at the house of this. He was invited for lunch by this Brahmin whose name was Ramdas Vipra. Lord Chaitanya took his bath in the Ketumala river, and he arrived at house expecting prasad to be ready, but he found that Ramdas had not even begun the cooking yet. Lord Chaitanya asked, "Dear sir, can you tell me, is there some problem why you haven't begun cooking?" He said, "Because Lakshman is still in the forest. He hasn't brought back the ingredients for Sita to cook with yet, so we are waiting." Lord Chaitanya was quite pleased with the honest and genuine absorption that this devotee had in Lord Ram's Leela. Lord Chaitanya is the Paramatma who knows the inner intentions of a person's heart. And he understood by the blessings of Sri Ram, this person was totally immersed in his pastimes. Because the pastimes of the Lord are not to be understood simply from a chronological, historical perspective. Although Sri Ram's prakata, or manifested pastimes, took place in the Treta Yuga, they are eternal pastimes. They are always taking place. And they manifest themselves within the heart of those devotees who the Lord chooses to show His special mercy to. So then Ramdas, he prepared a nice simple lunch prasad for Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya enjoyed his offering. And then the Lord saw that Ramdas looked very sad. He was bitterly lamenting as well as fasting. Lord Chaitanya asked, "Why do you look so sad? And why are you fasting?" Ramdas Vipra, he sighed in great pain and revealed his heart. He said, Sita Devi is the mother of the universe and the eternal consort of Lord Sri Ram. And she has been touched by that demoniac Rakshasa Ravana. How can I live knowing this? How can I breathe? I have no desire to live. This fact that Ravana has touched my beloved goddess and supreme worshipable deity, Sita, breaks my heart with so much pain that I cannot continue living. What to speak of eating? I must end my life and walk into blazing fire. Lord Chaitanya, he said, please, give up your lamentation. It is not necessary to feel like this. Because Sita is the goddess of fortune. Her body is completely spiritual. No materialistic people could see, what to speak of touch, the eternal form of Sita. Spiritual energy is beyond the grasp of material senses. It is impossible for Ravana to have even seen Sita, what to speak of touch her. It was a false Sita, an illusory material form of Sita that Ravana had touched. And Srila Prabhupada in this regard explains that the spiritual energy is inaccessible to materialistic people or materialistic senses. The spiritual energy can only be experienced when the Lord, by His own sweet will, reveals Himself to us. Premanjana churita bhakti vilochanena. When the eyes are ornamented with the salve of love, then we could see the beautiful form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Otherwise, the Lord is unapproachable. The holy name is pure spiritual energy. But we can only actually experience the sweetness of Krishna in His name to the extent we please the Lord and He reveals Himself to us by our devotion. The deity is none different than the Lord Himself. But the deity actually reveals His true spiritual nature in proportion and according to our surrender and devotion. So the Lord is all merciful, but the Lord is the supreme controller. He never, ever, ever comes under control of material energy. Tribir gunamaya bhavaya. These three modes of material nature are always controlled by the Lord. And the Lord's spiritual potency, His Sladini Shakti, Sita, she is always superior to the inferior energy. Therefore, how even such a powerful materialist as Ravana, by his strength, by his knowledge, by his mystic power, could he possibly have access to Sita? It is impossible. But for the purpose of performing this wonderful Leela, the Supreme Personality of Godhead cheated Ravana by creating an illusory material form of Sita. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained this to Ramdas Vipra and said, please be certain that what I am speaking is the truth. Give up your sorrow and take nice prasad. Hearing Lord Chaitanya's very compassionate explanation, Ramdas Vipra took prasad. From there, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came here to Rameswaram. First he bathed in the Danush Tirtha, and then he came for the darshan of Rameshwar. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita explains that while he was here in the temple of Rameshwar, he learned that there was a copy of the Kurma Purana that the Brahmins were studying. And Lord Chaitanya heard an excerpt from the Kurma Purana, where it authoritatively explains the story of the chastity of Sita, and how before Ravana kidnapped Sita, Agni Dev took the real Sita and put her under the protection of Parvati and brought the false illusory Sita for Ravana to kidnap. And after the destruction of Ravana and his dynasty in Sri Lanka, the original Sita was returned to the Lord. Lord Chaitanya was so pleased to read this that he asked the priests of the temple if he could be given possession of the original manuscript that they had of Kurma Purana, which was very ancient. The Brahmins here at Rameswaram, they had scribes copy a new manuscript, and they gave Lord Chaitanya the original because it was very old. I remember a similar situation when I was serving Prabhupada by giving lectures in colleges in America. I met Professor Larson and Professor Sharma of Slippery Rock State College. That is the first place that Prabhupada preached to the youth of America in 1965. Prabhupada gave a lecture in YMCA in Butler, Pennsylvania, and there was an article in the newspaper, Butler Eagle, about a sannyasi in Butler, Pennsylvania, from India. This was a big sensation. Butler, Pennsylvania is quite a boring town, to say the least. And to have an Indian Swami there giving lecture, not many people came, but still it was not a sensation, it was just unusual. So it made the newspapers, and Professor Larson, he invited Prabhupada to come to Slippery Rock State College to give lectures in his classes. Some years later, I gave lectures in those same classes, and Professor Larson gave me a tour of all the places that Prabhupada had visited. We were sitting on a little bench on a lawn under some trees, and he told me how unassuming and simple and humble Srila Prabhupada was. And he said, but he was very insistent that I buy 3 books. He said they were the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, that he told Professor Larson, I personally brought these books on a cargo ship all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to America just to give to my friends. So please buy these books and put them in your library. So Professor Larson bought the books and put them in the library. And I said, are they still there? This was in the early 1980s. He said, I don't know. I put them in this library in 1965, in the month of September. So I said, can I go to the library to see? I went to the library. And the amazing thing, as soon as I walked into that library, I saw the books on a shelf. There were thousands and thousands and thousands of books. It's a college library. As soon as I walked in, I just looked and I saw the books. And I walked over to them. They were effulgent. And I took it off the shelf and opened. And when I opened, the binding crackled because it was the first time the book had been opened practically. Maybe it was the second time, because there was a library card in each book. And since 1965, nobody had ever taken out those books. In other words, they were brand new. And those brown-covered Indian-published Srimad Bhagavatams, by the 1980s, anyone who had them, they were all raggedy and broken up because they weren't printed with very high quality here in the great land of India. But this was a treasure. It was brand new and historical. These books were personally put in the library by the hands of Srila Prabhupada. In 1965, he gave the books to Captain Pandey. He sold a set to Sally Agarwal. This is probably the third or fourth set of books that Prabhupada distributed. in America. So we had a congregation of devotees we were preaching to in a place called Meadville, Pennsylvania, which was not far. And I gave them brand new Srimad Bhagavatam, published the same year, in the 1980s. And I said, why don't you go to the library and take out the old ones and say that you'll give them brand new ones instead. Yes? So they did it. They went to the library and they took out the old ones, and when it was time to bring them back, they said, actually, we have brand new ones, the same editions. Would you like it? And oh, yes, we'd rather have new ones than old ones. So in this way we got those original sets of Srimad Bhagavatam, and we put them in Srila Prabhupada's palace at New Vrindavan. Where they are now, only Radha Vrindavan Chandra knows. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we were following in his footsteps, taking the old and giving new. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had the whole Kurma Purana written, handwritten, brand new, exact replica. And then he took the old manuscripts. And Lord Chaitanya, after leaving Rameswaram, brought those manuscripts back to Madurai, where he went to the house of Ramdas Vipra and said, I want to show you Shastric evidence that Sita was never touched by Ravana, so that you will always be happy. And Ramdas Vipra read from the Kurma Purana, and Lord Chaitanya wanted so much from his heart to convince this person beyond all doubt. That's why he insisted on bringing the original ancient manuscripts. Ramdas Vipra became very happy, and he said that now I understand that you are my beloved Lord Ramchandra, who has personally come to alleviate all my distress and bring me the highest bliss. This is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's compassionate nature toward his devotees. Rameswaram has a great history. Especially in Valmiki Ramayana, the glories of Shetu Banda are declared. Lord Chaitanya considered this to be the southernmost point of India, of Bharat. Although he went to Kanyakumari, whenever he spoke about going to the extent of southern India, he spoke about Shetu Banda, which is an island. In Ramayana, Sita was stolen by Ravana in Panchabati. The Lord's Leela, even from his own heart, he was feeling immense separation. The concept of the false Sita is a philosophical truth, but we should not misunderstand the nature of the Leela of the Lord. Lord Ramchandra was feeling the deep separation of Sita. Searching everywhere. Lakshman, with his sword, was cutting the shrubs and the bushes to make a pathway for Ramchandra to walk on as they were going through thick jungles and forests, searching for Sita. Jatayu gave them the direction, but where she was, by Ramchandra's inconceivable potency, even he didn't know. Isn't this amazing? This is the inconceivable, supreme nature of the Lord. Just like we quoted Srila Prabhupada, an atheistic person asked, "Can Krishna make a rock that he cannot lift? If he cannot, then there's something he can't do, and then he's not God." And Prabhupada said, yes, Krishna can make a rock that he cannot lift, and then he can lift it. But this is for real. He can actually make a rock that he cannot lift, but then he could lift it. So by the Lord's Leela Shakti, although he's all-knowing, he actually, by his own sweet will, he falls in a condition where he doesn't know. It wasn't that Ramchandra was simply like an actor playing. Otherwise, there's no feeling. There's no bhava in Ramayana. Devotees of Ram, they weep and they cry their whole lives when they hear about the abduction of Sita and Ram's lament and how they were both feeling such deep and intense separation from one another. And Lord Sri Ramchandra wanted to engage his loving devotees, so many loving devotees, in his search for Sita. So thus, by his own sweet will, by his Leela Shakti, he could not find where Sita was hidden. They traveled for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles through jungles and forests, searching and searching. And in the forest, they saw a monster that was hideous to perceive. This monster had no head, no neck. He was just a huge, gigantic trunk, as large as a mountain. Where his belly is, there was a gigantic mouth with razor-sharp teeth. In his chest, there was one huge eyeball. He had bristling, dark blue hair and long arms, each arm 8 miles long. Ram and Lakshman saw this Rakshasa demon from 1 mile away. They saw with his arms, with his hands, he was grabbing elephants, tigers, rhinoceros, deer, all just grabbing, filling his hands, gigantic hands with these animals, and shoving all the animals in his mouth, one after another, handfuls of animals, as he devoured them. It was horrible to see. Blood dripping from his mouth. All of a sudden, this demon of the name Kabanda, with one hand, he grasped Lakshman, and with the other, Sri Ramchandra, and drew them closer to his mouth to devour. At that point, Lakshman became bewildered. He said, Ram, this is the end. I've served you this far, but what can we do against this demon? He's about to eat us alive. And Ramchandra said, he indicated to Lakshman what must be done. They cannot yield to fear. So both of them simultaneously drew their swords and sliced off his two arms. Kabanda, with that massive mouth, roared in pain, and his mountain-like body fell back to the ground. Kabanda, with a great roar of pain, he asked, "Who are you?" And Lakshman, he said, "This is Ramchandra, the son of Dasarath, and I am his younger brother, Lakshman. And we have been exiled by our father into the forest for 14 years. And a great demon of the name Ravana has stolen Sita, and we are searching for her. Can you tell us if you know where she is?" Kabanda, he said, "Let me tell you about myself." He said, "I was a Gandharva with a beautiful body. But when you become beautiful, which is an opulence, you also become proud. And when pride enters the heart, then the inclination to compare yourself to others, feel yourself superior, and then you criticize. You speak or do things that belittles and offends people. So in my beautiful Gandharva body, I laughed and ridiculed Astavakra Muni, who has an ugly body that is curved in 8 places. And Astavakra Muni cursed me to become a demon and a Rakshasa. I fell at his feet, said, "Please, have mercy on me, have mercy on me." And Astavakra Muni said, "Because you have begged forgiveness, I give you this blessing. That when you are burned by the fire lit by the 2 brothers, Ram and Lakshman, who are incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then you will attain the perfection of life and return to your heavenly planet." So then I fell down and became a Rakshasa. And I had such mighty strength. One time I attacked Indra. And Indra threw his thunderbolt on me. And the nature of the thunderbolt is it is so powerful. It pushed my head, my neck, my arms, my legs, everything into my trunk. I was in a helpless condition. So I begged mercy from Indra. And Indra gave me this form. He gave me an eye in my chest, a mouth in my belly, and he gave me these long 8-mile arms. And he said, when Ram and Lakshman cut off your arms and set your body on fire, and you render service to them in that state, then you will attain perfection. So Kabanda said, how lucky I am today that I have met the two of you. Now, please make a gigantic fire over my body and burn me. And when I resume my celestial body, I will give you information of how you will find Sita. Lakshman cut down huge trees. And then he dug a deep pit, huge pit. And they pushed Kabanda into the pit. And they covered his body with trees and lit it on fire. Kabanda started to burn. And as he was burning, an heavenly aerial plane descended from the heavens. It just appeared there. And Kabanda, out from the flames, a beautiful celestial heavenly body appeared, wearing ornaments and jewels. And then this original form of Kabanda spoke that Ram, if you want someone to help you in your condition, you should find someone that is suffering just like you. Because he will know your heart, he will know your feeling, and you will relate to each other very well, and this person will be dedicated to your cause. So the person you're looking for is Sugriva. Sugriva was also exiled from his kingdom. And Sugriva's wife has also been kidnapped by Bali, his brother. So since he is in a similar condition to you, he will be the perfect person to help you. And he has countless monkey soldiers. If you help him, he will help you. To find Sugriva and make allies with him, you should go to the base of the Rishyamukha mountain, to the body of water named Pampa Sarovar. Kabanda then ascended to the heavens. Ram and Lakshman, they carried on, and they arrived at Pampa Sarovar in the evening, took rest on the banks. In the morning, they took their bath in the ambrosial waters of this holy kund. Then they came to the simple hermitage of Shabri. Shabri was a very old, emaciated, ascetic woman. She was performing severe tapasya for years. When she saw Ram and Lakshman, she became overjoyed. She said, I have been waiting for you. I have been waiting for you for many, many years. I am a disciple of Matunga Rishi. Matunga Rishi, with all of his other disciples, they went back to the spiritual world. But he told me that I must stay behind for further purification, and I have a special service also. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead comes as the son of Dasarath, Sri Ram, along with his brother Lakshman, you should render humble services to him. And by his blessings, Lord Rama's blessings, you will ascend to the spiritual world. Shabari offered Rama and Lakshman a simple sitting place, washed their feet, offered them fruits, the natural fruits that were growing in that place. We know the famous story. It is said that to make sure each fruit was very sweet, she would taste. If it was bitter, she'd throw it, and if it was sweet from her own mouth, she gave it to Ram. And Ram accepted, because it was done with such simple and innocent devotion for his pleasure. After accepting the humble services of this simple lady, Ramchandra told her, "Now you have satisfied me. You can go back home, back to Godhead." And Shabari, she entered into the sacred fire that was burning in her hermitage and sat in yogic siddhi, and her body was engulfed by the flames. And from the flames, a beautiful young woman with costly garments and jewels came out. That was Shabari's spiritual form. And Ramchandra gave his blessings to go back to her Guru's service in the spiritual world. Sri Ramchandra, walking around Pampasarovar, was at the banks of Rishyamukha mountain. He was remembering Sita Devi, and in separation was crying very loud. On the top of a mountain, a distance away, Sugriva heard the crying of someone below. He went into a cave and gathered some of his senior-most associates, including Hanuman, because he was very much concerned who this might be. So they came about halfway down the mountain and looked very carefully, and they saw two effulgent warriors with bows and quivers of arrows. Sugriva's first impression was, "My brother Bali has sent them to find me and kill me." Hanuman, go down in the disguise of a Brahmin and find out who they really are. Sri Hanumanji, the chief minister of Sugriva, by his mystic powers took the form of a gentle Brahmin and met Ram and Lakshman at the base of Rishyamukha mountain on the bank of Pampasarovar. Hanuman bowed down with folded hands. When he looked at Ram, an ecstasy of love awakened within his heart that he had never experienced before. His body was trembling. He felt that he knew this person better than he's ever known anyone ever before. He felt that he loved this person more than he ever knew how to love. Hanuman felt within his heart that this must be the incarnation of the Lord. And then Hanuman was asked by Lakshman, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am Hanuman. I'm a monkey, but I'm in disguise as a Brahmin under the order of Sugriva, who is my master. And he has asked me to come down here to find out who are you. But I cannot keep my disguise in your presence." Then Hanumanji manifested his original form. And Ram told Lakshman to explain. And Lakshman told the whole story of Ram's birth in Ayodhya, his marriage to Sita in Mithila, his banishment into the forests by the envy and insecurities of Kaikeyi, their wonderful life in Chitrakoot, the abduction of Sita in Chowpatty. And then he told about the information they received from Kabanda, that to find Sita, we want to make allies with Sugriva. And Hanuman said, "I am his prime minister. Jump on my back and I will take you to him in one leap." So Ram jumped on one shoulder and Lakshman jumped on the other shoulder, and Hanumanji was so ecstatic rendering this personal service. And he jumped, and in one leap he scaled a mountainside and came to the presence of Sugriva. Sugriva explained his predicament. Sugriva told that Bali, who was son of Indra, is my older brother and very, very powerful. And I was so happy all my life to serve him in a subordinate way. We had such deep and dear friendship. But one time, a demon of the name Mayavi attacked Kishkinda. And he roared very loudly and challenged Bali to a fight. And Bali went, and they began fighting, and then Mayavi ran away. And Bali was chasing after him. And Bali brought me with him. Together we chased and ran and ran and ran, and we saw Mayavi run into an underground cave. Bali ordered me, "You stay right here and do not go anywhere until I come out. I will go in and kill this demon." So I heard nothing but silence for 1 full year. And under the order of my brother, I guarded the entrance of the cave. And then I heard loud howling and screaming. I heard Bali screaming. And then a river of blood flowed out of the entrance of the cave. And I waited a long time. No one came out. So I came to the conclusion that Bali, my brother, was killed. So I took a huge boulder of rock and covered the cave to seal the demon inside. And I returned to the kingdom of Kishkinda. And the ministers concluded Bali is dead. There must be a king. So they had a coronation ceremony and made me their king. And I accepted that role on behalf of my brother for some time. And one day, Bali appeared. He was ferociously angry when he saw me sitting on his throne with his crown. And I explained to him, I thought you were dead. A year went by. Bali said, I looked in that dark cave for 1 year till I found the demon. Then I killed him. But you sealed the cave off just to get rid of me so that you could take my throne. And Bali attacked me, and he overpowered me. He would have killed me, but somehow I ran away, and I came to this place. I came here because this is the one place in the world Bali cannot come to harm me. And then he told a story. He said, long ago, a gigantic demon in the form of an animal, horrible animal. His name was Dundubi. He fought against Bali. And although this demon was huge like a mountain, Bali picked him up, killed him, and threw him. And he threw him in such a way that Dundubi's dead body fell in the ashram of Matunga Rishi, and the blood of his corpse splattered on the sacrificial arena of the Rishi. Matunga Rishi cursed, whoever has defiled my ashram by throwing this demon in here. He said, if he comes within 4 miles of the radius of my ashram, he will immediately die. Hare Krishna. So, this is the only place we can stay. Ramchandra said, you help me find Sita, I will kill Bali and coronate you as the king. Sugriva said the worst part of it is not only Bali has stolen my wife and will not allow her to join me. Ramchandra and Bali then held hands to make a pact of allegiance. And Hanumanji started a sacred fire. And he was a great priest. Hanumanji chanted the mantras, and Ram and Sugriva sat around the fire to consecrate the vow of their total allegiance to one another. Now Bali, he said to Ram, Sugriva said to Ram, how do I know that you have the strength to kill Bali? He said, he pointed to the skeleton bones of Dundubi, which were like a mountain, probably weighing millions of pounds. He said, Bali lifted up his body and threw him. Can you lift his body? The bones of his body? Ramchandra effortlessly picked up that body with one hand and threw Dundubi's skeleton for 8 miles away. And there were 7 huge, thick sal trees. Bali said that Sugriva was able to uproot these trees. That's how powerful he was. Could you pierce these trees with your arrow, even one of these trees with your arrow? Ramchandra drew one arrow. It went through all 7 trees within a moment. Then it went right into the earth, to the subterranean worlds, then came back out after piercing through the whole world and went back into his quiver. And Ramchandra asked if that answers his question. Sugriva had faith. So Ram told Sugriva, now you go challenge Bali to a fight and I'll be there to help you. And Sugriva went out and called, Bali, you nonsense. How dare you be living with my wife? I challenge you to a fight. When Kshatriyas are challenged, they become very angry. So Bali roared and he charged out and they started fighting and fighting and fighting. And Sugriva actually came out of that 4-mile area to where first time in years where he was accessible to Bali. And they were fighting. Both were strong as anything. They were fighting for a long time, fighting, but finally, after time passed, Bali was getting the upper hand, and Sugriva understood. He was about to be killed. Where's Ram? Ram promised me that he would be there to protect me. So ultimately, Sugriva somehow or other just slipped out of Bali's grasp and ran away back into that 4-mile safety zone. Bali could not enter. Sugriva said to Ram, you promised me that you would protect me. I was on the verge of death. I had to run away like a coward. Ram said, I had my arrow pointed to pierce Bali. But you monkeys all look alike. I couldn't tell which was you and which was Bali. I was afraid I might kill you. So Lakshman, make a garland, flower mala, out of nice vines and twigs and flowers. And you wear this flower garland and then challenge Bali again to fight. And then I'll understand the one with the garland is you and the one without I will kill. So Sugriva comes back into Kishkinda, Kshetra, into the kingdom of Bali, and cries out, Bali, you coward, You are so fearful you are not willing to look at me in the face, but today I will conquer you, I will tear you to pieces. I dare you to come before me. I challenge you to fight. And Bali just roared with anger. But his wife, Tara, she was very intelligent. She said, my husband, do not go. And Bali, he was so angry. He was being challenged. I must go. Tara said, don't you have sense? You just defeated Sugriva. Why would he be challenging you again? It is obvious why. Because these two great heroes, Ram and Lakshman, have made a pact with him, an ally with him. They're all powerful. If you go out, they're going to kill you. Stay home. What can Sugriva do? All he could do is just say nasty words. Can't you see? You're walking into a death trap. But Bali, he had this very heavy Kshatriya male ego. When he's angry and he wants to fight, a woman is going to tell me what to do? She knows better than me? He completely dismissed all the words of his wise and faithful wife and charged out to fight Sugriva. It was an amazing fight. They were both punching each other and kicking each other and biting each other and scratching each other and gouging at each other and rolling all over the ground together. And again, ultimately, Sugriva was losing. He was crying, Ram. And Sri Ramchandra, who was in some bushes behind the tree, he released one arrow which pierced the chest of Bali. Bali fell to the ground, covered with blood. And Ramchandra came before him. And Bali said, my Lord, why have you done this? If you would have fought me face to face, it would have been a fair fight. But why you're killing me in this way, hiding like a coward? Isn't this against the religious principles? And Ramchandra said, it is perfectly according to religious principles. Why you're talking about religious principles? It is the sacred duty of the elder brother to always protect the younger brother, even if he's a rascal, even if he makes mistakes. It is the duty of the elder brother to protect the younger brother. This is religious principle. Sugriva made an innocent mistake, and you tried to kill him, and you banished him. And it is the duty, according to religious principle, of the elder brother to consider the younger brother's wife to be his own daughter-in-law. And you have taken her to be your own? You have defiled all religious principles. And therefore, according to religious principle, it was my duty to kill you. And as far as hiding in the bushes, I'm a Kshatriya, and you are a monkey. And there is no restriction for a Kshatriya when he's hunting in the forest to have a fair match with an animal like a monkey. Bali heard Ram speak. He said, everything you speak is true. I am defeated. But I understand who you are. And I am glad to end my life by your hands. Bali, with tears in his eyes, tears of love, prayed to Sri Ram and chanted his holy names and welcomed death at his hands. Rama was very gracious and very kind to Bali. Why? Because Bali surrendered to Sri Ram. And Ram offered Bali a benediction. Bali had only two concerns in this world. He said, I'm afraid for my wife, Tara. If only I would have listened to her. I am such a puffed up, egoistic fool. My wife told me exactly what was going to happen. But I would not listen to her because she was a woman. Just see. She was my real well-wisher. I wish that she will be protected. Sugriva, please protect her. And please take care of my son, my only son, Angada. Ramchandra and Sugriva both vowed to Bali that they would protect his wife and son. And then Bali, gazing at the beautiful face of Sri Ram, gave up his life after surrendering his heart to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. After this, Ramchandra had Lakshman perform the consecrating ceremony of coronating Sugriva as the king of the Vanara race. Then they all sat together, King Sugriva, his chief minister Hanuman, Angada, who is the crown prince. They all sat to make their plans of how to find Sita. It was decided amongst all of them that the monsoon rains were just to begin, and it would be impossible to search for her at that time. Lord Ram and Lakshman would remain in Kishkinda for 4 months, and after the rainy season, then the entire race of the Vanara monkeys would search for Sita under Sugriva's command. On top of a mountain there was a cave called Prashravana. And there in that mountain, Prashravana cave, Sri Ramchandra resided for 4 months, meditating on Sita Devi. Today that cave is still there. How many of you have been to Kishkinda Kshetra? It is known as Hampi. Raise your hand, please. We went on Yatra there on 2 occasions. It's a very beautiful place. It's in Karnataka. Amazing place. There's Anjana Parvat, the birthplace of Hanumanji. And there's Pampasarovar and the caves of Shabari. Do you remember we had lecture in the caves of Shabari? It's such a cave, you have to crawl. It's only, from the beginning to the end, it's only this much high. Yes, like this. So you have to crawl. And we had a couple hundred devotees, and we all crawled deep into the cave. It was no light, pitch dark. No cross ventilation. And we went deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into these caves. People warned us that there were poisonous snakes and scorpions in the cave. And you can't see anything. But still, we were so enthusiastic that all the devotees, either fearlessly or fearfully, crawled deep, deep, deep into the cave. And somebody had a little light, candle or something, just so that we can see. And I was narrating some nice stories about Shabri in the cave. And people were really listening to the story because they were afraid at any moment they would be stung by a scorpion or bitten by a snake. Yes. But nobody got bit by scorpions and snakes, but everyone was continuously eaten by insects. Do you remember? These insects were just biting, biting, biting all over the body, biting, biting, biting. And everyone was wondering when I would end this lecture. Vishaka Devi, do you remember this? And I gave quite a long lecture also. Everyone was... So now, whenever you hear me give too long of lecture, you could just feel relieved that at least you're not being bitten by insects constantly. And we came out of the cave, and everyone had a wonderful experience. And we bathed in Pampa Sarovar, but the local people said, be careful, there are man-eating crocodiles in Pampa Sarovar. We didn't see any, but they were there. And there's Madhuban, which is a place we'll discuss a little later. That was the favorite garden of Sugriva. And Anjana Parvat, where there's Hanuman's birthplace, incredible deity. There's a marble deity of Anjana, who is Hanuman's mother. And then there's a little deity of baby Hanuman on her lap. And little baby Hanuman, he has his club and his crown, and he's sitting like this on the lap of his mother. Ready, sweet, sweet Hanumanji. And there's also Prashravana, the cave where Sri Ramchandra resided for those 4 months. And in that cave there's a large black stone deity of Ram. And he has his 2 hands. One, his right hand is chanting on a japa mala, and his other hand is touching his heart. And the great devotees there, they explain that the whole 4 months on his japa mala, he was chanting the names of Sita. And with his hand, he was holding his heart because his mind was constantly meditating on Sita within his heart. When the 4 months expired, there was no word from Sugriva. You see, Ramchandra, he promised his father, according to the exile, he was not to go into any type of civilized place. He was not to go to any kingdom. any town, any village, any city. He had to remain in the forest for 14 years. So he wouldn't even go to Kishkinda. He was just on a mountain outside. Sugriva, days passed. Chaturmasya was over. Weeks passed. No Sugriva. The reason? Although Sugriva was a very great devotee, now he was king, and he had opulences, and he had so much facility for sense gratification. In that environment, he became enamored. It was just too much for him. He became a sense enjoyer. And he was just enjoying fine foods and enjoying with his wife and enjoying luxuries and enjoying power. Krishna says in Gita, Bhogaishvarya prasaktanam taya parita chetasham vyabhashayatmaka buddhira samaro navadiyate. That for one who is too much attached to material opulence and sense gratification, the resolute determination for devotional service cannot take place. Sugriva was an example of this. Great devotee, made a vow to render a service to Sri Ram. But over 4 months, due to association with too much sense enjoyment, he lost all his determination. He was simply enjoying. And Hanumanji, who never touched sense gratification in his whole life, he warned Sugriva, said, Sugriva, you are on the verge of being destroyed. You made a vow to Ram. What are you doing? You're just living a lavish, comfortable life. It's time to fight for Ram. You made your promise. We have to find Sita. Wake up, wake up, wake up, sleeping soul. You're on the lap of the witch of Maya. Jeev Jago. So Hanuman's words kind of shook Sugriva out, and he says, yes, let's start making plans to find Sita. Meanwhile, Ram was angry. He said, because of me I put him in his throne, and now he's living such a comfortable, sensual life that he's forgotten all about his vow. He must be punished. Lakshman, you go down. And if he's not willing to carry out his vow, he's going to have to face us. Lakshman was angry as fire. He was angry as fire. He came down from that mountain and came into Kishkinda, and Angada saw him and gave him a really good reception. And he said, actually, Sugriva, he'll do it. He'll do whatever he said. Please, I want to come before Sugriva. And then Tara, who was Bali's wife, yes, she came out, and she was pleading with Lakshman, give Sugriva a chance, please give him a chance. He'll do whatever he said. He's just temporarily covered over an illusion, but he's already started making plans. You can ask Hanuman. And Lakshman, Sugriva was told Lakshman is waiting. And when Sugriva saw Lakshman's anger, he fell at Lakshman's feet and begged forgiveness. And Lakshman was pacified. He said, and you come now to the cave of Prashravana. And Sugriva went and met Ram and begged forgiveness. But Ram could understand. It is the nature of this world. Then they started making their plans. Sugriva divided all of the monkey soldiers of his, and they were unlimited, into 4 divisions. One would search in the north, one the south, one the east, one the west. And after making elaborate plans of how to do, Lord Ramchandra called for Hanuman. He and Angada were in charge of searching in the southern direction. Ram said to Hanumanji, I have confidence that of everyone, you will find my Sita. And Ramchandra gave Hanuman his own ring, inscribed with his name. And say, when you show Sita this ring, then she will know that you are my representative and messenger. And Ram gave her a message through Hanumanji. And they were searching and searching and searching, but they found no clue. They went into a cave of this one mystical woman, and then they came out of the cave, and at one point they were so hungry and they were so thirsty and they were so tired, they just kind of fell to the ground, and they saw right over them was a gigantic vulture bird who said, oh, it looks like my meal has come right in front of me. And Angada, he was so tired and so famished, he just called out, it looks like today we're going to die in the service of Ram, just like Jatayu was killed in the service of Ram, similarly we will. And the big bird said, did I hear you say Jatayu? I am Sampati. He is my younger brother. Please tell me about what happened to Jatayu. They explained. And Sampati was very sad with his death, but very happy that the Supreme Personality of Ram sent him back home, back to Godhead. Sampati, he said, I can tell you where Ravana is. He's the island of Sri Lanka, 800 miles across the ocean from the coast of the mainland. He said, even right now, because of my empowered vision, I could see Sita in the grove of the garden of Ravana. She is there, and she is alive. And I know for sure that you will cross over the ocean and you will defeat Ravana and you will win back Sita if you always remember the holy name of Sri Ram. Sampati had no wings. He told how when he was younger, he was flying high, high, high with Jatayu, and the rays of the sun were scorching, so he protected his brother, and his own wings were burnt. And anyways, he told the monkey soldiers exactly how to find Sita. So how? They went to the shore of the ocean, and someone had to cross it. Who could jump 800 miles? That was the question. Some of the monkeys said, I could jump 20 miles. Others said, I could jump 100 miles. Somebody else said, I could jump 200 miles. But to jump 800 miles? Angada, the powerful son of Bali, he said, I could jump 800 miles, but I don't know if I could jump back. And Jambavan said, no, you are the crown prince, you should not do this. There was dead silence. Nobody could do it. Then Jambavan spoke to Hanumanji. He said, Hanuman, you are very quiet. You have forgotten your own power and strength. It is no effort for you to jump 800 miles, Hanuman. Don't you remember? And Hanuman, just as if he woke up, he said, yes. And then Hanuman grew 50 times his own size. He said, I will jump the 800 miles, and I will jump back, and I will deliver this message to Sita. Then Hanumanji, he went on a big mountain, Mahendra mountain, and he roared, and he jumped. His leap, the pressure of his foot coming off the mountain caused the mountain to go deep into the ground. The roots and the herbs of the trees squeezed out by the power of his. Even the snakes and other subterranean beings living in the mountain were just squeezed out by the pressure of his feet. And as he jumped, the power of the velocity of the wind of his body was just uprooting trees that were flying along with him. Hanuman flying over the ocean, and he was observing in all directions the vast sea. The god of the ocean wanted to render service to the servant of Sri Rama. So he called the mountain Mainda. Mainaka. Mountain Mainaka. And said, give Hanumanji a resting place. So the pure gold peaks of the mountain appeared. And the deity of that mountain came forward with folded hands and told Hanumanji that you are working so hard and have flown such a long way. With one jump, please come and rest for some time. We want to serve you. But Hanumanji had such determination. He said, I am in the service of Ram. I have no time for rest for myself. But still, I cannot refuse your hospitality. He touched the mountain with his hand and carried on. This was his determination. He was not thinking of himself in any way. He was not thinking of his needs, even of his own rest, even of absolute determination to carry out the order of the Lord. The demigods, they wanted to test Hanumanji. So Indra approached the mother of the Nagas, whose name is Suras, and told her to assume the form of a Rakshasi to test the determination of Hanumanji. So she appeared from out of the water. Her name is Surasa. She opened her mouth to a gigantic size said to Hanuman, "Oh, this is very good. I am just hungry, and you are coming to fly right into my mouth. I like to eat flesh and blood of monkeys. You cannot pass me. I have been given a benediction by Lord Brahma that no one can go by me without my ability to devour them with my mouth." So Hanumanji, he said, "Please, let me just give the message to Sita, and then I'll come back and you can devour me." She said that no one can pass me. Hanuman expanded his body to 20 yojanas. She expanded her mouth to 30 yojanas. He expanded to 40 yojanas. Ultimately, she expanded her mouth to 100 yojanas in size. And Hanuman was 90 yojanas. And suddenly, with his brilliant intellect, Hanumanji just reduced himself to the size of a thumb and jumped right into her mouth and walked down her mouth and down her throat and into her stomach and then walked back up and then flew out of her mouth and said, "The benediction of Brahma has been honored by me. You have eaten me with your mouth. Now please give me the blessings to find Sita and deliver the message." And Suras, very clever, very powerful. I bless you that your mission will be a success. Hanuman carried on. And he was just flying through the airways. All of a sudden, in the middle of the air, he wasn't going anywhere. He couldn't move. And he looked down, and there was the Rakshashi Sanika who grabbed onto his shadow. She had a mystic power where she could apprehend anyone by grabbing their shadow. She pulled Hanumanji down and opened her mouth to a gigantic size to devour him. And Hanumanji just flew right into her mouth and went right down her throat and went right to her heart. He took a tiny size, like a thumb. And then when he got to her heart, he ripped it open with his claws, and then went to her other vital organs and ripped them apart with his claws. Sanika was screaming, roaring in pain. Blood was pouring out of her mouth, and Hanuman flew out of her mouth just as she fell into the sea, dead. Demigods were showering flowers upon Hanumanji as he approached Sri Lanka. When he approached Sri Lanka, very small size, and he came upon the presiding deity, who was a demoniac-looking, horrible female named Lakini. She was guarding the gateway. She said, "Who are you?" Hanuman said, "Who are you?" He said, "I am Nagini. I am the presiding deity of Sri Lanka. I am the maid servant of Radha. No one can enter Lanka without my permission, and I will not allow you, foolish monkey, to come into Sri Lanka. Rather, today I will kill you." fell to the ground. Now, according to Ramayana, Hanuman did not hit her with his full strength because she is a woman. He just knocked her down to give her good sense. And she came up and she said, "How blessed I am today. The prophecy has come true. I received a benediction from Brahma that no one can pass me, no one can defeat me. But he told me that the day will come when a monkey will punch you and you'll fall down. And that will be the day which is the beginning of the end of the Rakshasa race. This monkey will be the messenger of Sri Ramachandra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And this will be the sign that soon Ravana and the Rakshasa dynasty will be destroyed." She said, "Oh Hanumanji, with all my heart I give you blessings. Enter Sri Lanka. May your mission be successful." Hanumanji took the size like a cat. He didn't become a cat, he was a monkey. Sized like a cat. He wanted to do a nice service. He wanted to see how everything in Sri Lanka was arranged, how it was fortified, the different ways that they were defending themselves, because this information would be very valuable to share with Sri Ram. But his main mission was to search for Sita. He saw incredible palaces, silver palaces, golden palaces, each one bedecked with priceless jewels. And he saw in each of these palaces by beautiful women. And he came to the greatest, tallest, most opulent of all palaces. More magnificent even than Indra, the king of heaven's abode. This must be the palace of God. And he saw thousands of celestial, beautiful, beautiful ladies who were all sleeping, exhausted by their services to Ravana. They were scantily dressed. Some of them were holding musical instruments, others were holding various paraphernalia that they were utilizing for Ravana's pleasures. And they came into the main room where there was a huge bed made out of pure crystal, decorated with celestial flowers, emeralds, rubies, diamonds, gold, silver. And around the bed were hundreds of the most beautiful ladies. And amongst them one was extremely beautiful. That was Mandodari, the wife of God. And laying in the center of that crystal bed, Hanuman saw with his eyes the mighty king of the Rakshasas, Radha. Hanuman was taken aback with amazement to see the opulence and the power of Radha. He was actually a beautiful personality with a massive, powerful body. He was personality simply was not envious of Ram and lustful towards Sita. He could be such a devotee. He could be such a devotee, he could control the universe on behalf of Lord Ram. After marveling over the power and grandeur of Radha's sleeping form, I'm going to continue to search. So many things he saw, the gateways, various rakshasas, what they were doing. Some were gambling, some were sleeping, some were drinking, some were having wrestling matches. But he couldn't find Sita. He was searching for hours and hours and hours throughout the night. Hanuman began to lament. What has happened? Is Sita dead? Have Radha killed her and eaten her? I don't see her anywhere. What am I going to tell Sri Ram? That I was not able to find her? How can I leave this place without fulfilling my mission? Hanuman was in deep anxiety, praying from the core of his heart, but he could not find her anywhere. Then he came upon a beautiful ornamented garden known as the Ashoka Grove. And in that Ashoka Grove, he saw Sita. She was sitting under a tree, weeping, crying, chanting the holy names of Sri Ram. She was surrounded by Rakshasa women. The sun was rising, and Ravana, dressed in very simple but elegant cloth, surrounded by some of his ministers and guards, came into the Ashoka garden. Hanumanji, hidden in a tree, was watching as Ravana was tormenting her, trying with all of his prowess to seduce her. But Sita was defiant toward him. Ravana said, "You submit to me or you will die. Why are you attached to this Ram? Who is this Ram? Such a weak, cowardly person. He accepted exile from his own kingdom. He's living into a forest. What type of Kshatriya is this? He is not a man who can protect you and give you pleasures of this world. My whole kingdom and all of my queens will be your maidservants. I will take you to the most delightful scenic places of the heavenly planets, and we will enjoy for thousands of years to come. Submit to me and be my queen." Sita replied, "You are a coward. If you had any courage whatsoever, why did you steal me when Ram was away? I would just as soon die a million times than be touched by you, you wretched creature." Rakshasa Ravana was infuriated. "I will give you till the end of the year, and if you do not surrender to me, then I will eat your flesh and drink your blood for my morning meal. And that is my vow." And then he told the Rakshasa guards, "Harass her Ravana left, there was more rakshasas. Some of them had hunchbacks, some of them had one eye, forehead. They were really horrible looking people. Some of them had claws, like birds instead of hands. Ugly creatures. And they surrounded Sita, threatening her, intimidating her in every possible way. Sita was just crying, looking down at the ground, calling out the names of Rama. And ultimately, when the Rakshasas went some distance away, Sita was about, with her own braid of hair, to strangle herself. She was losing hope. 10 months had passed and Rama had not come. Now Hanuman was thinking, how to receive the message? If she sees me, she's certain to think that I'm not Ravana in disguise. So Hanuman was in a very small size, and she couldn't see him. He was hiding in a tree just above her. And he started singing the glories of Sri Rama. He sang the glories of the birth of Rama and the heroic activities of Rama. Explained the whole life of Rama, up until the point where Ravana had stolen her. And then he explained how Rama in such deep separation was weeping and crying practically day and night. And how he met Kavanda, and how he met Hanuman at Kamvasrovar, and how he made alliance with Sugriva. And how he was a personal messenger of Rama that came to deliver the message to Sita. He sang all these things. And Sita was feeling great happiness hearing it. And then Hanumanji jumped and appeared before Sita. You are Ravana in disguise. I will not accept you. Get away from me. And Hanuman pleaded with her. I am Rama's message. Sita felt love of his heart in her heart. And then Hanumanji took out the ring of Rama and showed it to Sita. Another exchange to test Hanumanji. Told the story in Chitrakoot, when Vidura's son took the form of a crow. Ram told Hanuman, tell Sita this story. She will know that nobody except the two of us know this story. Hanuman narrated, when we were in Chitrakoot, we were sitting on a rock, and this crow scratched you. And Ram took a piece of grass and chanted a mantra, and that grass became like a brahmastra, and the crow flew all over the universe and could not escape, and ultimately came back to Chitrakoot and fell at Ram's feet and begged for shelter. Instead of killing the crow, the grass plucked out one of his eyes. Sita said, you are the messenger. No one knows that story except the two of us. Please tell me, what is the condition of Rama? Hanuman explained he is now in Kishkinda waiting for, he doesn't know where you are. He's waiting for me to tell him. Very soon he will come. He will conquer the entire race of Ravana and bring it back to you. Do you have any message you wish to give Ram through me? And Sita said, please have him come soon, because Ravana can take my life at any time. Hanumanji said, why don't you come with me right now? Now Hanuman was still small size. He was less than half the size of Sita as he was talking to her. Right, jump on your back. He realized he was tiny size, huge, like a mountain. Jump on my back, I will take you. Sita said, but if I jump on your back, how do I hold on when you are going through this when you are going through the wind so fast? And besides that, I am a chaste woman. I cannot touch any man except God. Ravana forcibly touched me, but I will never touch any man except my husband. And if somebody else delivers me from Ravana, that will minimize the glory of my husband's heroic personality. So he must come himself to rescue me. And Hanuman honored Sita's faithfulness. Then Sri Hanumanji was given by Sita a precious jewel that she would wear on her head. And said, give this to Ram, and he will know for sure that you have seen me. And tell him, please come quickly. Bowing his head to Sita, he had fulfilled his mission. But he wanted to do some extra service. He wanted to face Ravana and speak his mind to him. So the Ashoka Grove was Ravana's favorite garden. Hanumanji started ripping out trees. There was a beautiful temple. He started destroying the temple, creating chaos. And the Rakshashi women there, when they saw this gigantic mountain of a monkey just plundering it, ruination of the whole garden, they ran and reported it to Ravana. It is a long story, but Ravana was sending some of his chief generals. And the first batch of generals that came, the whole military, thousands of powerful Rakshasa soldiers. Hanumanji just stood on top of the gate and uprooted a metal pole from the gate and just went through all the Rakshasas, just pounding them all with this metal pole. Thousands lie dead. The message was given to Radha. Who is this monkey? He sent some of his very, very powerful generals. Hanuman killed them all. And he sent one of his own sons, Raksha. It was a great battle. And ultimately Hanuman just picked him up and just pounded him on the ground. Until he was just a lump of bloody flesh. Ravana was very angry at that. And ultimately he sent Indrajit. There was a great battle between Hanuman and Indrajit. But Hanuman was thinking, I want to be captured. I want to speak my mind to Ravana. I want to give him one last chance. Indrajit sent a mystical robe which bound up Hanuman. And then Hanuman was dragged into the court, or to the assembly room of Radha, who was sitting on his throne. Ravana asked, "Who are you, monkey?" He said, "I am the messenger of Lord Ramchandra, the minister of Sugriva. I am Hanuman. And I have this message for you. You are a despicable coward. You have stolen Sita when her husband was away. Give back Sita and live. Otherwise, Ram and Lakshman are on their way, like death personified." Rama was insulted by his words. He told his soldiers, "Kill him." But Vibhishan said, "This is against the laws of Kshatriya code. You cannot kill a messenger. You can punish him, but you cannot kill him. He's just come as a messenger." Rama, "What kind of messenger? He's killed my son. He's killed my generals. He's destroyed my garden." Hanuman said, "Well, as far as destroying your garden, I'm a monkey. That's what we usually do. You can't blame me for doing that. And as far as killing all these tens of thousands of Rakshasas, that was self-defense. They attacked me. I didn't attack them. I'm just a messenger. According to culture, you cannot kill me." Vishnu said, "Yes, you cannot kill him. You can punish him. But you must let him go." So Ravana said, "Monkeys are very proud of their tails." Set his tail on fire, dragged him to the streets of Lanka, humiliated him in every possible way, let his entire body be burnt, and if there's anything left of him, he can go back and give my message to Rama. He took cloths, soaked it in oil, wrapped it around Hanumanji's tail, and then lit it on fire. Then took him to the streets and were beating him, and saying horrible things against him to humiliate him in public. And Hanumanji was very happy that he was accepting this wonderful persecution on behalf of Rama. But then he was thinking, he wants to do some extra service. By his mystical powers, he reduced his size so he could easily slip out of the ropes. Then he just leaped right out the coils of the ropes and then grew into an immense size with his tail on fire. Then he jumped from place to place, setting the entire city of Sri Lanka ablaze with fire. The Rakshasas were trying to stop him, but it was impossible. Some of them were just enjoying all kinds of illicit, intoxicating sense gratification. And he would just jump out of their buildings, set it on fire, everything was burning. And Rakshasas from the very high stories were just seen jumping out of their windows on fire to the ground dead. Thousands of people were burning alive. Hanumanji was just jumping. Everywhere he jumped, this fire. The whole city of Sri Lanka was in total chaos. There was screaming and shouting and suffering everywhere. It was mass hysteria, and there was nothing Radha or anyone could do about it. He was literally terrorizing everyone. Tens of thousands of people burning alive. Millions of dollars of property was just dollars, I don't know. Just being burned to the ashes. All you could hear was just roaring and screaming. And Hanuman just kept laughing and laughing. Meanwhile, someone approached Sita Devi and told him what Hanuman told her what Hanuman was doing. She prayed to Agni Dev that although Hanuman's tail is on fire, he should not feel any heat. So Agni Dev made the fire very cool and refreshing. And as Hanuman's burning everyone else to ashes, he's feeling very cool. He was wondering why. And then he understood. Sita is praying. And after he created devastation to the Rakshasa dynasty, Hanumanji got on top of a big mountain and roared so that everyone could hear, including Radha. He said, I am just one insignificant servant of the servant of Sri Ram, and you have seen what I can do to your city and your armies. There are hundreds of millions of monkeys more powerful than me. And Ramchandra is billions of times more powerful than us. Give back Sita, or we will all be back to destroy you. Everyone heard Hanuman's words. He jumped into the ocean and put out the fire on his tail, and got on the mountain, and jumped back to the mainland. And when he arrived, the whole earth shook, and all the monkeys headed by Angada were anxiously awaiting the news. And he explained everything to all of them. I found Sita. I gave her the message. And they were all dancing and embracing Hanumanji and giving him fruits and giving him words of praise. And they were just having a festival of joy. They returned to Kishkinda, and there they went to the Marma Garden of Sugriva, and they were having a great, great festival in honor of Hanuman's success. And in the process, they destroyed Sugriva's garden. And ultimately, they brought Sri Hanumanji before Lord Ramchandra. And we will end here. And if you like, we can continue this afternoon. What time would you like to return? It is now 1:30. Today, Prasad, and then I think all of you would like to rest after Prasad. How many of you would like to take some rest after Prasad? How many of you, but just as an introduction to the wonderful pastimes that have taken place here in Sri Rameswaram. And what we will hear this afternoon, especially, is the glories of Vidisha, who surrendered to Ram here at Sejikanda. And the building of the bridge across the ocean, and the extraordinary love and gratitude that Sri Ramchandra has for Hanuman, his unconditional service. So we will end with a short kirtan. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Shri Hanumanji is the personified example of one who has attained the ultimate perfection through sevana, carrying out the order of the Lord. He would not rest, and he was willing to take humblest position. And in that humility, he could take the size of a small thumb, come in and out of the mouth of Suras, or he could take gigantic proportion size to terrorize Ravana and the people of Lanka. Hanumanji was simply willing to do anything or everything with a pure heart for the pleasure of Sri Ram. when he returned to Kishkinda after his amazingly successful mission, he was brought to Prashravana, the cave of Sri Ramchandra. Lord Ram was waiting for some indication of Sita's well-being with deep anticipation, chanting her names, her beautiful form and qualities fixed within his heart. In spiritual love, he was suffering deep separation. Sri Hanumanji described his incredible pastimes in great detail to Lord Sri Ramchandra. Upon hearing this report, Lord Rama was overcome with emotion. So much emotion. His feeling of indebtedness to Hanuman for the risks that he had taken on his behalf eclipsed even his feelings of separation from Sita. Lord Ramchandra, with a faltering voice choked with love, describes the heroic deeds of Hanumanji. For my sake, he did what no one else could possibly do. He jumped across that ocean. By his determination, he overcame impossible obstacles. For my sake, all alone, he wandered through the most dangerous place in the universe, Sri Lanka, getting detailed information for me. For my sake, he delivered my message to Sita and saved her life. For my sake, Hanuman, all alone, sat face to face against Ravana, Indrajit, and the most powerful, dangerous, man-eating, blood-sucking Rakshasas of the universe. Millions of them, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of them. And he was alone, and he spoke the truth. He praised me. For my sake, he accepted beatings, blasphemy, his tail put on fire, and for my pleasure, he set Sri Lanka ablaze. And Hanuman has asked for nothing in return. He has gone so far beyond what was expected of him, taking immense risks, giving his life, his soul, his everything. And he wants nothing in return. The only thing Hanuman wants is to please me. In giving my message to Sita, he saved her life. She would have died if he did not come when he did in separation. And in bringing me her message today, he has saved my life because I was on the verge of death in separation of my beloved. Hanuman has saved 2 lives. There is no possibility that I could repay him with all that I have. It is a poor excuse of a repayment. But all I have to give him is myself. Hanuman, I give you my heart. I give you my life. I give you my very self. When Sri Ram wept tears, his limbs trembled as he embraced Hanumanji tightly to his heart, and thus satisfied the innermost desires of Hanumanji's heart. Lord Sri Ram then began to consider how to reclaim Sita. There was an obstacle, there was a great concern for Lord Ramchandra. How to cross the ocean. Thinking of the ocean between he and Sita, Ram began to lament. Sugriva pacified him. He said, my Lord, for your service, somehow or other, we will bring all of our monkeys across that ocean. Please have no fear, have no anxieties. Let us go to the seashore. Ram then boarded Hanuman's shoulders. Lakshman boarded Angada's shoulders. And with unlimited monkey soldiers, they all marched to the shore of the sea. When Ram sees the sea, nothing but water as far as the eyes could see, he cries in separation from Sita. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ravana calls his ministers into the main assembly hall. He was sitting on his royal crystal throne. Vibhishan, his brother, was seated right beside him on a golden throne. Ravana requests all of his loyal and faithful ministers to give him advice what to do. His spies have already told him there is unlimited sea of monkey soldiers right next to the sea of water. And they're roaring, and they're angry. They are ready for battle. And just one of those monkeys had come to Sri Lanka
and created total chaos, havoc, and destruction. He was like death personified. Ravana said, we have to take this battle very seriously. I want your advice. What should we do? And Ravana said, a leader who has the highest character is very careful to seek advice from those who are faithful and qualified. He seeks advice from the elderly people who, due to their age and experience, have developed great wisdom. And he seeks advice from friends. Friends who throughout one's life shares the same joys and shares the same sorrows and are willing to give their lives for their friend. And he also seeks advice from family members. Those family members who are willing to live for you and die for you. And a person who is of the highest character of a leader, after taking this advice, leaves the results to God. The second-class leader, he takes counsel from his own heart, his own intelligence, and his own experience, and then takes full responsibility for his actions. And a third-class leader, he embarks on actions without intelligently analyzing the pros and the cons, without very carefully and sensitively considering what the different alternatives may be and what the results may be of what one does, and without any care for the grace of God, he hastily performs his actions and makes decisions. So do not think it is a formality that I am asking for your advice. I am a first-class leader, and I trust all of you. Give me your counsel. The Rakshasas stood up with their weapons in their hands, and they were roaring the praises of Ravana. They said, Ravana, you have nothing to fear. We will devastate that monkey army in a matter of hours, and Ram and Lakshman, mere human beings, mortals, how will they stand before you? You alone can crush them in a matter of seconds. We have seen your glories, Ravana. We have seen you go to Mount Kailash and challenge Kuvera to a fight, defeat him, steal away from him his abode of Sri Lanka and his carrier, the Pushpaka. We have seen you, Sri Ravana. We have seen you put so much terror in the heart of the demon Maya. Maya Danava. That just to appease you, he gave you his daughter, most beautiful woman, Mandodari. We have seen you conquer Vashuki, the king of the serpents. And we have seen even Yamaraj flee in fear of your prowess. What will this mere mortal do standing before you, Ravana? You are all-powerful. You are almighty. You don't even need us. You alone can destroy that whole army. We have seen. We have faith. Shri Ravana ki jai. And then Prahasta, one of the most powerful generals of Ravana's army, he stood up and he roared with conviction. He said, Ravana, that nonsense, insignificant, stupid monkey Hanuman, he was only able to affect us because we were not prepared for him. He came in unexpectedly, and therefore he created havoc. If we were prepared for him, any one of us could have crushed him to death in seconds. Prahasta said, myself alone can destroy that whole army. Have no fear, Ravana. And Duramukha, he stood up, raising his weapon, which was covered with blood and flesh of human beings he had conquered as ornaments. And he cried out, my arms, they are so powerful that you just tell me, Ravana, you just tell me, I will fly across that ocean at this very moment, destroy Ram, and kill his entire army. Just tell me, I'm ready. Virupaksha, Mahodara, and Indrajit, they all stood up, roared, raising their weapons, each declaring that alone they could wipe out all opposition. Ravana, you have nothing to fear. Have no anxiety whatsoever. We are prepared. Let us fight this battle. Then Vibhishan, Ravana's half-brother, stood up. Meanwhile, all of the other Rakshasas were roaring, screaming, chanting the glories of Ravana, and arrogantly glorifying their own prowess. Vibhishan waited until there was complete silence, and he spoke. He said, Ravana, my dear brother, I am going to speak the truth to you. Everyone, please listen. That in this world, power is in the hands of the virtuous. Ram is supremely virtuous, and we are sinful. We will not be able to stand against him in battle. You are all speaking like fools. But have you thought in the Dandaka forest when Kara, Ravana's your own brother, and Dushan, with over 10,000 soldiers, all armed with the highest weaponry, and in a matter of 1 or 2 hours, Ram slayed them all, and you are calling him a mere mortal? What are you fools talking about? Be sensible. My dear brother Ravana, stealing Sita is an evil sin that must be punished. Return Sita or perish. You cannot stand before Ram. The whole universe cannot stand before Ram. If you do not return Sita and beg forgiveness at the feet of Ram, then you will be destroyed, and your entire Rakshasa dynasty will perish. As Vibhishan was speaking, the entire assembly of massive, powerful Rakshasa warriors were gazing at him with despising eyes. But he spoke the truth. Hearing everyone speak, Ravana announced that he was ending this assembly until tomorrow. He had to think carefully about what everyone had said. The next day, before the assembly started, as Ravana was walking through the hallways of his beautiful palaces in the assembly hall, Vibhishan approached him and begged him to reconsider fighting Ram. Prayed to Ravana, please, for your own sake, release Sita. Ravana entered into the assembly hall, sat on his throne, and then offered Vibhishan his throne. On that particular day, a most honored guest appeared to give his counsel, Kumbhakarna. Ravana explained to everyone that I am being advised to give back Sita, but this is not possible. Her beauty, her charm, her qualities has stolen my heart, has conquered my mind. The passion of love that I have for Sita, I cannot relinquish, and I must tell all of you this today. Now I want your counsel. What should be done? Kumbhakarna stood up. You can imagine how big this assembly hall must have been for Kumbhakarna to stand up. And when he spoke, it was like the roaring of a mountain. He said, Ravana, you are my brother. I can speak the truth to you. You talk about being a first-class leader. Well, why didn't you consult us before you went on that whole mission with Maricha and kidnapped Sita from Ram? Why? That was a major undertaking. Why you didn't seek any guidance from any of us? You acted independently, whimsically, and hastily. But what's done is done, you fool. Because you are our king, we are your obedient servants. And if it is your wish to fight this battle, we will all live and die for you. But I will enter that battlefield, Ravana. And I will take the blood and the flesh of all of those monkeys and Ram himself and devour them with great satisfaction. You have nothing to fear. Then other Rakshasas stood up. Mahaparshva. He said, Ravana, why are you being so mild with this Sita? She's just a mere woman. If she doesn't want to give in to you, force her. You You have millions of times the power over her. Every one of your 20 arms are like 10,000 elephants. Force her into submission. What do you have to fear? Why all these formalities? Ravana then revealed a secret he had never told any of them before. He told the whole story of how he tried to abduct Ramba, the heavenly damsel, and Nalakubera cursed him with the confirmation of Lord Brahma that if ever he tried to violate a woman's chastity by force, he would immediately drop dead and go to hell. I cannot give her up, but I cannot force her. She must submit by her own conviction in my greatness. Indrajit and others, Sita will be yours. You have no fear, my father. Let us fight this battle and finish them off. And when she sees that Ram is dead, he's just a puddle of flesh and blood to be eaten by dogs, then she will certainly submit to you. At that time, Vibhishan stood up. Radha and all respectable members of this assembly, are you blind? Have you not seen? Ever since the day Sita was brought to Sri Lanka, there has been nothing but horrible omens all around us. Crows are screaming, jackals are howling, blood is falling from the clouds. The most ominous stars and constellations are coming every night. The sun has become hazy. Don't you see? These are all signs of our own destruction. Ravana, all these others in the assembly hall, they are simply telling you what you want to hear. They are not your friends. They are not your servants. They simply want to satisfy that by telling you whatever you want them to say, knowing that you will give them great favors by them doing so. But I am not like them. I am your brother. I am your brother. And I love you. I truly care for you. Therefore, I must tell you the truth, Ravana. That Sita is like a venomous serpent. And she's like a noose wrapped around your neck. Her charms are like her fangs. The beautiful form of her body is like the coils around your neck. And her chastity and loyalty to Ram is the poison that will destroy you and your entire race. Give back Sita. Apologize to Ram. You have your whole kingdom of Sri Lanka. Everyone here is happy, prosperous. There's no problems here. Why have you brought death to everyone? Give Sita back and live happily with what you have, or you will all die. There was an uproar when Vibhishan spoke these words. Indrajit, he just leaped to his feet in such fury and lifted his club high and screamed out in a hideous, monstrous voice, "Vibhishan, you are a coward. How can you call yourself a Rakshasa? How can you call yourself a representative of our race when there is such fear and weakness in your miserable heart? You are a traitor. You have become a friend of the enemy. Why do you speak these nonsense, illusory words? I myself, with my club, I defeated Indra. What do we have to fear? I will destroy the entire race of Ram's armies. Myself, just put them before me. You're a fool, Vibhishan. Vibhishan stood up, and he severely chastised his nephew, Indrajit. He said, "Indrajit, you are a mere boy, immature and frivolous. You have not developed the brain substance of proper intelligence. Although you call Ravana, my brother, your father, in fact, you are his worst enemy, because you are inspiring him on the path to his own death. Indrajit, I must speak the truth to you. I am your elder and superior. You are evil-minded, deceitful, and you deserve to die." Hare Krishna. When Vibhishan spoke those words to Indrajit, the elder son of Ravana, his eyes became red and hot with fury. He jumped to his feet and he screamed, gazing upon Vibhishan with hatred and despise. He roared, "Better to live with a venomous serpent than an unfaithful friend like you, Vibhishan, who can turn against me at any moment. Better to live with a venomous serpent than a so-called friend who takes the side of your worst enemy." It is a fact that brothers in this world very often envy their older brother who is in a chief position who is getting the important work done. There is nothing more dangerous than a family member, a kinsman, who is unfaithful. Vibhishan, if you were not my brother, I would kill you on the spot at this very moment. I have given you everything you have. Whatever you are, I have made you. And now you have become a traitor. You are turning against me. Yes, if you were not the brother of my blood, I would kill you at this very moment. Get out from here. I do not want to see your condemned face again. Get out from here. I reject you. Vibhishan, along with 4 of his faithful ministers, ascended into the air by their mystic powers. Vibhishan made one more try to convince Ravana to be sensible and give Sita back to Ram. But Ravana could not hear. No one in that assembly house could hear. At that moment, Vibhishan renounced all of his wealth, his home, his family, his friends, to seek shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Ramchandra. Vibhishan with his 4 ministers, by their powers, they flew across the ocean 800 miles in a matter of 1 hour. Out of etiquette, Vibhishan did not feel that it was either appropriate or that he was qualified to approach Lord Ram directly. He approached Sugriva with the intent that Sugriva would bring him before Lord Ram. Sugriva looked up in the sky and he saw 5 massive Rakshasas wearing armor and jewels and carrying weapons. Immediately, Sugriva gathered some of his chief soldiers and started speaking horrible words against them. Sugriva prepared to kill Vibhishan. Vibhishan heard all of these blasphemous words against him. But Vibhishan didn't care what anybody said, because he had complete faith in the compassionate nature of Lord Rama. Vibhishan spoke to Sugriva that in the island of Sri Lanka lives Ravana. He is the king of the Rakshasas and the ruler of Lanka. It was he, Ravana, who forcibly stole Sita, the chaste and faithful wife of the glorious Sri Ramchandra. I am the brother of Ravana. With all of my powers, I tried to convince Ravana to surrender to Ram and give Sita back. But he admonished me. He rejected him. And therefore I have abandoned my brother, and I have come to surrender my life at the lotus feet of Sri Ram. When Sugriva heard these words, he didn't believe a word of it. He considered Vibhishan to be a dangerous spy that Ravana had sent. But still, it was his duty to bring him before Ram. Sugriva went to Ram with Vibhishan behind. He told him everything Vibhishan has said. Lord Ramchandra became very quiet. He looked around him. The chiefs of the monkeys surrounded him. Ram asked that everyone give their opinion of how to deal with Vibhishan. He first called upon Sugriva. Sugriva revealed his mind. that this man is deceitful, he has an evil heart. How can he be trusted? Ravana is his brother. Ultimately, blood is thicker than water. When push comes to shove, he's going to side with his brother. And if he's inside our ranks, he will cause great problems. This man should be killed immediately. Then Angada and several other of the monthly chieftains, they echoed the same voice as Sugriva. He's a Rakshasa by birth. He cannot be trusted. We can put no faith in him. We cannot let him be near us. We either have to kill him or send him back from where he has come from. Ram then turned to Hanumanji. Hanuman, I very highly respect your opinion. Please reveal your heart. Hanuman spoke very sweetly. I believe with firm conviction that we should accept Vibhishan as our own. We should accept him as our own family. We should accept him as faithful as we accept any of each other. We should make him one of us. Because I do not see, either in his speech or in his expression, any sign of deceitfulness. I believe that with an honest, pure, and humble heart, he is coming to surrender to you, Lord Ram. Let us accept him. Then Lord Ram spoke. He spoke words that I pray may forever vibrate in all of our hearts. The Lord said, I cannot refuse anyone who has come to take shelter of me. I am not concerned with their past. I am not concerned with their birth. If anyone, even one time, declares with a sincere heart, my Lord, from this day I am yours, then I vow that I will give that person protection forever. I cannot turn away any sincere soul who comes for the shelter of my feet. Please listen. I declare before all of you this solemn vow that even if Ravana were to come to me today for shelter, I would give him my life and all shelter for the rest of eternity. When Ram spoke that, all the monkeys were crying. And then Ram concluded, bring Vibhishan. I will accept him. In fact, I have already accepted him within my heart as my servant and my devotee. Bring him before me. When Sugriva heard that, he was weeping. weeping, my dear Lord, you are all merciful. It is your mercy that is the only hope for all the fallen souls of this universal creation. From this day, Vibhishan will be our loving brother. Vibhishan then descended with his 4 ministers. He laid flat on the ground in full dandavat, clasping the feet of Lord Ramchandra, crying, begging for forgiveness and begging for shelter. With Ram's permission, then Vibhishan, he knelt on his knees, folded his palms, and spoke. He said, the man that has stolen your wife, my lord, is Ravana, and I am his half-brother. I abandoned Ravana because of his offenses to you. In fact, I have abandoned my family, my home, my wealth, and my numerous friends. Now, I only have one person to depend on, and that is you, O Lord Ram. You are the Lord and the shelter of the entire universe. I completely depend on you. I surrender my life to you. Ram, I am yours. And you can have complete faith that I will assist you in every possible way that you command for me to do. Lord Ramchandra, with great love, accepted Vibhishan. Then he inquired from Vibhishan, tell me everything you know about Ravana, about the great hero warriors that will be fighting for him, about the way they fight, about the strategies they have against us, and tell me everything about the fortification of the fort of Sri Lanka. Vibhishan gave such vital, critical information to Sri Ram. Then Ram turned to Lakshman. He said, bring the water of the sea, Lakshman. I am going to destroy Ravana and his whole race. Bring the water of the sea at this very moment and consecrate Vibhishan as the ruler of Lanka. Lakshman obediently followed Ram's order. There was a beautiful ceremony, very simple, but full of enthusiasm, where he poured the water on the head of Vibhishan and consecrated him as the ruler of Lanka. And when he did, all the monkey soldiers were roaring with joy and dancing in ecstasy as they chanted the holy name. Vibhishan, with deep humility, simply bowed his head in obedience to the will Sri Ram. Hanuman then inquired from Vibhishan, how could we cross the ocean? Because they were right here, looking at the ocean. They were on the shore. Hanuman asked Vibhishan, how do you suggest we can cross this ocean? And it was the great Vibhishan who gave the advice that Lord Ram should personally ask the sea god what is the best way. Ram was very pleased by his advice. At that very moment, Lord Ram made a mat out of kusha grass right on the shore of the sea. And he sat there praying for the sea god to appear to him to resolve this essential question. At that time, Ravana sent a spy of the name Shuka to infiltrate the ranks of the monkey army and to get all information. As soon as Shuka came, nobody could detect him but Vibhishan. He immediately recognized Shuka. He is a spy of Ravana. After informing Sugriva this, Sugriva captured Shuka, and they beat him, and they kicked him, and they pummeled him. And Shuka was just screaming out, Ram, Ram, save me, save me. And Ram said, who is calling my name? Bring him to me. They said, he's a spy. Ram told him, Shuka, go back to Ravana and tell him everything you have seen. And then he told the monkey soldiers, release him. Sri Ramchandra sat for 3 days and 3 nights on the seashore, appealing to Samudra, the king of the ocean, to appear. But he did not appear. Ram manifested transcendental anger. He turned to Lakshman. See the vanity of this great demigod. Because of his power and opulence, he has become so arrogant. He is not willing to hear my call. With great patience, I have sat here for 3 days, appealing to him with humility, politeness, and gentleness. But he has ignored me. Why? Because these qualities are seen as signs of weakness by wicked-hearted persons. Humility, gentleness, politeness are seen as weaknesses in character by those who are wicked. In this world, people are so corrupted that they respect arrogance and harshness. See what I will do. With my flaming arrows on this very day, I shall dry up the entire ocean. And then, my dear monkey soldiers, you can just walk right to Sri Lanka. Sri Ram then drew his bow. As he drew his bow, his eyes were red like flaming hot coals. He shot hundreds of arrows into the ocean. There were massive waves that were just going miles high. There was such heat being created by those arrows that clouds of steam were emerging from the surface of the ocean. The aquatics were screaming in agony for shelter. Then Sri Ramchandra drew a golden arrow and invoked the Brahmastra. Darkness filled the sky. Massive thunderbolts came colliding down from all directions. There were high cyclone velocity winds, and the entire earth began to shake. Ram stood with this golden arrow, drew in his bow. The ocean surged back 10 miles, and it swelled up. The waves were like mountains. It was becoming so agitated. The heat practically created a boiling condition for the entire ocean. It was in that scenario that Samudra, the king of the ocean, emerged like the rising sun, and with folded hands surrendered to Sri Ram. After begging forgiveness for his delay, Samudra told Ram that I will give you the advice that you wish to seek. He said that amongst the monkey generals there is Nala, who is the son of Vishwakarma. Vishwakarma, his father, has conferred the same potencies and intelligence for architecture and construction as his father himself. Let Nala build a bridge across the ocean, and I give my word that I will protect that bridge, and I will give you passage to Sri Lanka with no obstacles. Ram said, now you tell me what to do with this golden arrow, because once it's drawn, I have to release it. Samudra said, in the far, far northern direction of the ocean, there are great rakshasas and demons living within me. Shoot that arrow there and destroy them all. And then Samudra Raj again descended into the sea. Nala was joyful to receive the service. Immediately, he started directing the monkeys to bring the materials for the bridge. And the monkeys, they were so enthusiastic to serve Ram in his mission of retrieving Sita. They were just going everywhere and bringing huge rocks, huge mountaintops, gigantic trees, and just piling them on the seashore. And then, by Nala's direction, Hanuman and the other monkeys put these gigantic slabs of stone, mountain tops, peaks, and trees, and just they all floated on the ocean. With creepers and vines, Nala directed them to tie them all together very tightly, so it was one solid slab. The first day, they covered 100 miles. Instead of getting tired, they were becoming more enthusiastic. The second day, 150 miles. The third day, 200 miles. And within 5 days, the bridge was complete. It was 800 miles long and 80 miles wide. And it was a solid, smooth road. Probably much smoother than the roads we're driving on in South India. There's that famous story of how during the building of the bridge, these gigantic monkeys were bringing such huge trees and huge rocks and chanting the name of Ram, putting them down in the sea. Can you imagine what a blissful sound this must have been? Wouldn't you love to hear the construction of the bridge across the Indian Ocean? The sounds of the monkeys lifting big peaks of mountains. I've lived in Chowpatty long enough to know what construction sounds like. So this little squirrel, he was just pushing little pebbles of dirt on the bridge. And to get the job done faster, he'd jump in the water and get wet. Then he'd roll in the dirt. And then he'd jump on the rocks and roll on the rocks and leave all those particles of dirt on his hairs on the rocks. And this way he was trying to help build the bridge. And Sri Ramchandra appreciated his efforts as much as he did to Hanuman, Angada, Nila, Nala, and all the other monkey Maharatis. Because Ram declared, I accept a person's devotion. All of you powerful monkeys, you are lifting with all of your powers and giving with all of your hearts. And this insignificant little squirrel is doing the same. Therefore, I see no difference between his service and yours. After the bridge was complete, these monkey soldiers, they were wild. They were wild with ecstasy. They were going to now fight for Ram. They were real Kshatriyas. They were just longing for this battle to fight for Ram. They were howling and screaming. The bridge was complete in 5 days. It was an incredible bridge. Lord Ramchandra led the way on the shoulder of Hanuman. And behind him was Lakshman on the shoulder of Angada. Behind them were streams of countless monkeys carrying rocks and trees as weapons, eager to fight. And Vibhishan and his 4 ministers, they were on the other side of the ocean, at the end of the bridge, guarding the bridge to fight off any Rakshasas that dared to disturb the construction of Ram's servants, laying down their lives if necessary to protect the bridge for Ram's passage. They marched. It was like a swarm of these gigantic warriors, like a river, an 80-mile wide river of monkeys. Ravana sent some spies to look to see what was happening. They reported to Ravana, they've already crossed. They've already encamped on the shore of Sri Lanka. They've surrounded the entire city. And at the same time, the whole 800-mile and 80-mile wide bridge is totally covered by Mara monkey soldiers coming. And on the other side of the ocean, there's another ocean of monkeys, countless monkeys, 100 miles long, just waiting to cross the bridge. The spy said, in my opinion, Ravana, it's better if you return Sita now. But Ravana would not hear it. The monkey soldiers surrounded the city of Sri Lanka. And from within the city, they heard the tumultuous sound of war drums beating violently by the Rakshasas. But when the monkeys heard this, although it was terrifying to the ears, the monkeys roared. And in roaring, they drowned out completely the sound of the rare war drums and wreaked fear into the hearts of the Rakshasas. When they heard the screaming of the monkeys, the Rakshasas stood up and clenched their weapons very tightly, ready to fight. Sukha reported the whole situation to Ravana and begged him, please return Sita. You've already seen what one monkey could do to Sri Lanka. There's an ocean, a vast ocean of them. No one could count them, and they're all the same size as Hanuman. And leading them is Ram and Lakshman. And they look like the most compassionate, gentle saviors to the devotees, and death personified to their opposition. Please, return Sita. Ravana became furious. And he ordered Shuka and Sharana, another Rakshasa, disguise yourself as monkeys and go to the encampment of Ram and mix with them and find out everything they're speaking in regard to their war plans. They were obedient. If they didn't obey, they would die at the hands of Ravana. So they disguised themselves as monkeys. Then when there's tens of millions of monkeys, it's not that everyone was, checking passports. By their mystic powers, they looked just like the rest of them. But Vibhishan was so intelligent, he immediately spotted them. They're right in our ranks, disguised as one of our men, but this is Shukan Sharana. Vibhishan could see right through their mystic disguises where they had no likeness to their own forms. But still, Vibhishan could see through it by his mystic powers. Oh, when the monkey soldiers found out that these monkeys were pretending to be their own, they started pounding them and biting them and clawing them and punching them and kicking them and rolling them on the ground. And the two were just crying out, "Ram, Ram, save us! Ram, save us!" And Ram said, "Anyone who takes shelter of my lotus feet, anyone who sincerely calls out my name, I must give them shelter." We told that story in Sri Lanka about the nature of a devotee's faith in the shelter of the Lord. Parasarabat was walking through the forest one day, and he happened to come upon a hunter. And that hunter confessed to Parasarabhata. He said, "I caught 4 rabbits. I trapped them, and I was about to kill them. That is my profession. I do it all the time. But these 4 rabbits were putting their head on my feet helplessly, depending on me for mercy and compassion. And my heart melted, and I did something I never did before. I freed the rabbits." As soon as Parasarabhata heard the story, Parasarabhata fell to the ground unconscious. When he came back to external consciousness, one of his godbrothers asked him, "Why did that simple story affect you in such a way that you fainted?" And Parasarabhata, he revealed his heart. He said, "Those rabbits, they do not understand the teachings of Bhagavad Gita. Sarva dharman parityaja mam ekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva bhapebhyo mokshayishamima sucha." They do not know this philosophy that if they surrender everything, that they will be delivered. And the hunter, he has not made such a vow, Konteya pratijani name bhakta pranashyati. This hunter has never promised that anyone who takes shelter of me, I will deliver them. But still, out of natural compassion, the hunter's heart melted when the rabbits took shelter of him. So how we should have complete faith and conviction that if we take shelter of the Lord, that He will deliver us. Because He has vowed, He has promised. So we should have no hesitation. Why don't we surrender to such a Lord as Krishna? So Ramchandra, he called for Shuka and Sarana. He told the monkeys, "Release them." He said, "Vibhishan, you show them everything they want to see. and you tell them everything that they want to know in truth about our strategy, about our armies, about everything, and let them go back to Ravana and tell. And give Ravana this message. I'm still giving you one more chance. Be honest. Be righteous. Give back Sita. And this war will not happen. Shukrasayana then told Sugriva that we have a message of you from Ravana. Said, Ravana never did anything against you. So why are you fighting against him? You should desist from your allegiance to Ram and either go back home or join us. Sugriva was burning with rage from the sky and started beating him. But Ram rescued them. Ram, save us, save us. Ram said, now you go back to Ravana and you give him our message. They returned. And with full conviction, they pleaded with Ravana. Krishna tells us the whole system of downfall in Bhagavad Gita. When one contemplates the objects of the senses, one develops attachment. From attachment, lust arises. Lust can never be fulfilled because it burns like a raging fire. When lust is unfulfilled, krodha, there is anger. Anger gives rise to a loss of memory, bewilderment. Then one loses one's intelligence. And when intelligence is lost, one falls down into the material pool of degradation. There are 3 gates leading to this hell, Krishna says. Lust, anger, and greed. And every sane man should give them up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. Ravana could not hear. His wife, his brother, his own servants, because he was a victim of his own vices. Ravana decided to play a trick on Sita to convince her to surrender to him. There was one Rakshasa. He was some sort of a perverted mystery. He could just create things that looked absolutely realistic by mystic powers. So he ordered this Rakshasa mystery to create a head that was absolutely identical to the head of Lord Ram. And he did it. Ravana went to the Ashoka groves. And then this Rakshasa came with the head of Ram. Ah! Ravana, he turned to Sita. He said, last night, this was early in the morning, he said, last night we fought all night, and we are victorious. We slayed that Hanuman, we slayed the entire Vanara army, and we mercilessly killed Lakshman and your husband Ram. And for evidence, here is his useless head. Threw it down. When Sita saw the head of Ram, her heart broke. She bent down her head and wept incessantly. Ravana commanded, now Ram is dead. You have no one to protect you except me. I have shown my superiority. Now you become my queen and live, or you will die. Sita was weeping uncontrollably, crying out the name of Ram. Crying out, Ram, because of me you are dead. Because of me your head was severed. It is all my fault. It is due to my karma. It is due to my bad karma that I have been abducted by Ravana, and because of my bad karma, now you are dead, my Lord. You are slain. How can I live? Ravana, you get out from my face. I will end my own life. Ravana laughed. Said, there are only days remaining. There's no one left who will ever come back to rescue you. Ram and all of his soldiers are dead. There's no hope except in me. And he left. You think about it. Sita was rolling in the ground in agony, weeping and crying. How is this possible? But when no one was around, the wife of Vibhishan, whose name was Sarama, she came into the Ashoka Grove and embraced Sita. She said, Sita, they haven't even begun the war. This is a fake head. It's not real. Ravana has never even seen Ram. He said, in fact, I know exactly what's happening. Ram, Lakshman, and his army is surrounding Sri Lanka at this very moment. And very soon, they will undoubtedly conquer Ravana, and Ramchandra will personally rescue you. Be hopeful, be happy. Sita was so relieved. The wife of Vibhishan, Sarama, became Sita's very dearest friend while she lived, surrounded by Rakshasas in Sri Lanka. Because Sarama had the same glorious, virtuous, devoted qualities as her husband, Vibhishan. Vibhishan abandoned Sri Lanka, but his wife had no choice. She had to remain there. But she was totally faithful to the cause of her husband, to help Sita to return to Ram. although she fearlessly lived in the midst of all these Rakshasas. And being a woman, her voice was not heard, and she had no power to combat any of them. But her faith and devotion were completely pure. There was a great battle, and in the end, Ravana was killed. Lord Sri Ramchandra was fighting Ravana face to face. Many days passed. Ravana was sending his sons, his generals, his armies. But one after another, they were vanquished by Ram, Lakshman, and Hanuman and Sugriva's friends. Until ultimately, after Indrajit was slain, Ravana personally entered the battlefield. And what a battle that was. The battle of Ram and Ravana. A fight that has never been seen. It went on for a long time. Everyone in the battlefield stopped fighting and just watched. It was the match of all matches. But Ram could not kill Ravana. He was severing his heads and severing his arms, and they kept growing back. And who was it that gave Ram the secret? It was Vibhishan. Vibhishan told Ram, you cannot kill him by cutting his heads, because he has a benediction from Brahma and benedictions from Shiva, that his heads and his arms and any part of his body you sever will grow right back. There is a celestial nectar in his heart, and as long as that's there, nothing can kill him. You must shoot an arrow into his heart that will suck that nectar out, dry it up from his heart, and then he will immediately drop dead. Vibhishan revealed the secret of how the Supreme Lord could kill his own brother, who he loved. This was the nature of his surrender. Lord Ramchandra, just on the outskirts of Panchavati, rendered humble service to the great sage Agastya Muni and received special astra from him. And with that particular astra, the arrow that was given by Agastya Muni with the mantra to chant with it, Sri Ramchandra released, and according to the direction of Vibhishan, it pierced Ravana's heart. All his 10 heads profusely vomited blood as he fell to the ground, slain. Shri Ramchandra Bhagavan ki when Ravana was dead, Vibhishan cried in lamentation because he actually loved his brother. Mandodari and all the wives, they came. They were crying and weeping. What will we do, our master? Why didn't you listen to our advice? Why weren't you satisfied with us? Now we are all widows, and all your family, all your children, everyone, all your brothers are dead because of your lust for one woman. They were beating their chests in agony. After the wives were taken away, Lord Ram instructed Vibhishan to perform the last rites for Ravana. Vibhishan told Ram, I cannot do it. I love him as a brother, but he was so wicked, and he was so cruel, and he was so offensive against you, the Lord of my life, and he caused so much pain and torture to the heart of Sita, the very goddess of my heart. He was despicable. I love him, but he was despicable. I cannot perform the last rites for this monster. And Ram instructed Vibhishan that a wise person must respect the spirit soul in everyone's heart. Because the spirit soul is separate from the body and the mind and the intelligence and the ego. Now that Ravana is dead, he can do no harm to anyone. But his soul is part of God. We can hate the sin, but a devotee will never hate the sinner. A devotee honors and respects the soul in everyone's heart. Even in the rakshasas, even in the demons, even in the animals. Because that soul is a part of God. Ram said to Vibhishan, in honor and respect to his eternal soul, you must perform the last rites with great love and devotion. Vibhishan performed the last rites for Ravana on the order of Ram. Then Ram instructed Lakshman, now go into the city of Lanka and I want you to personally coronate Vibhishan as the king and establish him on the throne. Lakshman coronated Vibhishan on the throne of Sri Lanka. Then Lord Sri Ramchandra orders Hanuman, now you may bring Sita. Hanuman went to the Ashoka Grove, and there was Sita, sitting under a tree. Hanuman brought her the good news. Ravana is slain. Indrajit is slain. Kumbhakarna is slain. Vibhishan The devotee of Lord Ram has been coronated as king, and Ram is eagerly awaiting to be reunited with you. Sita's heart was trembling with happiness. After 10 long, arduous months of being persecuted, tortured, and intimidated by Ravana and surrounded by enemy Rakshashis, her trials had come to an end. She was about to be reunited with Ram, who she meditated upon in her heart 24 hours a day in deep separation. Ram then instructed Vibhishan to arrange for Sita to have a special bath and then to dress her in fine clothes and ornaments. Vibhishan approached Sita Devi and told her, before you approach Ram, I'm supposed to arrange this bath and precious wardrobe and ornaments for you. But Sita said, forget these formalities. I've been in separation from my beloved so long. Let me just go to see him immediately. I cannot wait even another minute. I cannot even wait another moment. Please, let me see Ram now. But Vibhishan said, this is the Lord's will. So he arranged the bath, and he arranged for her to be decorated beautifully. And then Vibhishan brought her into the presence of Lord Ramchandra. Sita, Sri Ram, was crying in happiness. Ram looked at her and said, Sita, now you are free from Ravana. You can go wherever you want. You can find shelter any place you so desire, because I cannot accept you. You have lived in someone else's house. If I were to accept you, I would be criticized. Because a leader, and especially a king, must be above suspicion. So I release you. You go wherever you want. When Ram spoke those words, Sita was weeping, helplessly weeping. Her heart was broken into trillions of pieces. If Ram rejects her, there was no possibility of her living. Crying with a faltering voice and broken heart, she said, Ram, if you reject me, then I have no recourse than to enter fire. She turned to Lakshman and she said, gather wood and prepare a pyre of fire. Rama's Lakshman looked at Ram and he said, Ram, what are you saying? What are you doing? Look at her. She's given her life for you. How can you do this to her? And other well-wishers were speaking the same way to Ram. They were all crying piteously to see Sita's condition. But Ram did not speak a word. Even the great sages and rishis, Ram, you cannot do this to Sita. You cannot reject her. You cannot break her heart. Look at the suffering you're causing her. But Ram was grave, and he looked at Lakshman and nodded his head. Follow Sita's instruction and build the pyre. Lakshman's limbs were trembling in agony. His heart was devastated as he brought trunks of trees and made it into a huge pyre and lit it on fire. Sita, she was crying incessantly, and except for Ram, everyone there was crying incessantly. She circumambulated Ramachandra with folded palms. Then Sita circumambulated the fire with folded palms. And in a faltering voice, she spoke. If for even one moment I never forgot the lotus feet of my beloved Ram, and if my chastity was completely pure, then let me be protected from this blazing fire. With these words, Sita entered the fire. Everyone gasped. People were crying. People were falling to the ground. It was too painful of a sight to see. Even in the heavenly planets, you could hear the gasping of the demigods, the gasping of the sages, and all the Vanara race. And Lakshman, they couldn't contain themselves. Sita was engulfed by the flames and disappeared. At that point, even Lord Ram cried in love of separation from Sita. From the fire, Agni Dev emerged with Sita Devi in his arms. She was wearing a red wardrobe and beautiful celestial flowers that were fresh and fragrant coming right out of this blazing fire. And then Agni Dev declared for Ramchandra and all the world to hear that Sita Devi's heart has always been completely pure, faithful, and chaste in your loving service, Lord Ram. Ramchandra wept. Sita wept. And then Ram took Sita by the hand and accepted her. And Lord Ram explained how this was more painful to him than anyone else to have to do. But to lead the proper example of a king, he had to prove to the world that if you take that position, you must be willing to make any sacrifice to be above suspicion. And the queen as well. The reunion of Sitaram was the crescendo of spiritual ecstasy. After almost a year of vipralamba, or separation from each other, the sambhog, or the unity between them, was indescribable spiritual bliss, not only for Sitaram, but for all their devotees. The Pushpaka airplane was brought, and Ram and Sita were seated side by side. And all the monkey soldiers and all the devotees, with tears of love flowing from their eyes, they were leaping with their arms raised, shouting, Jai Sitaram! It was the supreme happiness for every devotee's heart to see Ram and Sita enjoying their pastimes together again. On the aerial airplane of Pushpaka, they came across the ocean to where we are sitting today. Ram, out of his humility, from his heart, was feeling that he must atone for the sin of killing the son of a Brahmin. And also to show the world that whoever you are, however great you are, you must humble yourself and atone for offenses you must make. No one is above that law. We should never think that I am so advanced that I can get away with making offenses to others. Great souls have taught this message since time immemorial. In Sri Lanka, we heard about Ramanujacharya. Before he left this world, he was begging forgiveness from every living being who he may have offended, although he never offended anyone. Still, that is the humility of a great soul. Srila Prabhupada did what was absolutely needful to spread Lord Chaitanya's message all over the world, to fulfill the prophecy of Lord Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Bhakti Vinod Thakur. 500 years passed since Lord Chaitanya's prediction that his name would be chanted in villages throughout the world. Prabhupada inaugurated a movement that was to do it. Everything he did was perfect, but still, to set the example for others. Even the greatest acharyas were begging forgiveness. His Guru Maharaj, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he was begging forgiveness from all people he may have spoke harshly against, or who for any heart he may have hurt in the execution of his mission. This is the quality of a great soul. Humility. Willing, even if you don't make mistakes, even if you're perfect, to claim that you've made mistakes and beg forgiveness for them. Ravana was a terrorist, a horrible demon. He offended Brahmins, he murdered them. He was spreading irreligion everywhere. He plundered his own half-brother, Kuvera. He kidnapped Ram's own wife and terrorized her. But to set an example, Ram felt that he had to atone for the sin of killing a Brahmin. And also for disrespecting Lord Shiva, because Ravana was Shiva's devotee, and Ram killed him. So when he came here to Setubandha, Lord Ram inquired from Agastya Muni, how can I atone for the offense of killing the son of Bhishrava, Ravana, and the devotee of Lord Shankar? Agastya Muni said the proper atonement for killing Shiva's devotee is to perform puja to Lord Shiva at this very spot where we are sitting today. We should go to Mount Kailash and request Lord Shiva to give you a lingam and bring it back here and worship it. Ram instructed his most faithful, trusted servitor to carry out this mission. And everyone knows who that great personality is. Shri Hanuman Dev ki Hanuman leaped from this place we're sitting today in Setubandha all the way to Kailash. And there he couldn't find Lord Shiva. He was doing tapasya to get Lord Shiva to come. But meanwhile, Agastya Muni said the auspicious time is coming very quickly. If Hanuman doesn't return, we have to do something. So Hanuman was given by Lord Shiva 2 Shiva lingams. And after he received them, after worshipping Shiva nicely and getting these gifts and these blessings, he leaped. But as he was in the airways, Agastya Muni said, we have to perform this puja within the next minute. So Sita Devi, with her own loving hands, she formed a Shiva lingam out of the sand. And by her prayers, that sandy Shiva lingam became solid. And Agastya Muni said, time has come. We must do the puja to the sand-made lingam created by the hands of Sita Devi. The puja was performed and completed. And Ram showed the world his humility and set the example for all people to follow for all time to come. As he worshipped that deity of Lord Shiva, Shiva and Parvati personally appeared in that assembly and said, anyone who bathes in Dhanushkoti and then does worship with the darshan of this deity made by Sita Devi will be absolved from all sins. Shiva and Parvati then disappeared. Just then, Hanuman appeared, very enthusiastic, with 2 brand new Shiva lingams. And when he saw that all the flowers and all the ghee lamps and all the pujas were complete, he was feeling very sad that he let down his Lord. He was late. Srila Prabhupada said in deity worship there are 2 principles that are most important: cleanliness and punctuality. Hanuman was late. And he felt so bad that he displeased his Lord, he disappointed his Lord. And Ramchandra, he felt so compassion to Hanumanji, who was so humble, that I let you down, my Lord. I'm so useless. My life is a failure. I couldn't do this service for you. This is the nature of a great soul. He did so many unbelievable great things for Ram, but the one thing he was a little late for, he was only seeing that. Instead of saying, I have done this for you, Lord, and I have done that, no, he was saying, my Lord, I'm useless. What kind of servant am I? I let you down. Although he tried his best. Ram wanted to pacify Hanuman. He said, you could move Shiva to leave. You could move Sita's Shiva lingam and put yours in the place. Is that your order? Ram said, yes. Hanuman tried to move Sita Shiva lingam, but it would not move. This was the personality who with one hand carried entire mountains for thousands of miles in the air. Yes? Hanuman could uproot a mountain with one hand. Carry it. He could rip off mountain peaks. But he couldn't move the Shiva lingam. And when he tried to move it, he felt the power of Sita Devi's love within it. And he understood that Sita Devi's love is a power far, far greater than my own. And with honor and respect, with folded hands, he honored Sita Devi's installation. Ramchandra declared to Hanuman that your Shiva linga will be known as Vishwanath, and Sita's Shiva linga will be known as Rameswaram. And we will install yours to the north of Rameswaram. And it is my declaration that those who want to please me for all time to come should first worship your Shiva lingam and then come to worship Sita's Shiva lingam. Hanuman felt so very happy at the compassionate, soft-hearted nature of Lord Ram to his devotee. Danush Tirtha, his place where that great bridge extended to Sri Lanka. And Srila Prabhupada explains in the purport we read this morning that when they came back from Sri Lanka after the war was over. Vibhishan asked Lord Ram to dismantle the bridge. So Lord Ramchandra, with the end of his bow, he touched the bridge at that point and dismantled it. Dhanushtirtha is the confluence of two oceans. Confluences are oftentimes very sacred. At Prayag, there is the confluence of Ganga, Jamuna, Saraswati. At Nasik or Panchavati, there is the confluence of the Godavari and Kapila rivers. In Varanasi, there is the confluence of the Vara and Nasi rivers. So many places where rivers converge are very holy places. Dhanushtirtha is a place eternally sanctified by the pastimes of Lord Sri Ram, eternally blessed by the mercy of Sri Ram. At that place, which is also called Setubanda, the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean converge together. Srila Prabhupada writes that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first bathed there and then came to take the darshan of Rameswaram, the temple we are sitting today. So following in Lord Chaitanya's footprints,
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So, His Holiness Srila Radhanath Maharaj has asked me to speak a little to begin the program this evening. So simply by his desire I'm sitting here. Otherwise I have no qualifications to speak before all of you. Srila Prabhupada writes in Chaitanya Charitamrita that the devotees of this ISKCON movement should visit all the holy places that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu visited. Very powerful, interesting statement. He recommends that everyone in this ISKCON society at one point in their life take time to visit holy places, and those places that Lord Chaitanya visited especially, because by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya those holy places become actually holy places in the supreme understanding of a holy place. Also, it's mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam that there are 9 processes of devotional service. And one of the processes is called Padasevanam, or serving the lotus feet of the Lord. Visiting holy places is Padasevanam. Srila Prabhupada writes that in Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 7th canto, on the teachings of Prahlad Maharaj to his schoolmates. In that one purport, I believe it's 7th canto, 5th chapter, verses 23 and 24, Prabhupada describes the 9 processes of devotional service. And he describes what is Padasevanam. Padasevanam is to visit holy places. So we should know we are actually performing one of the most important principles of the 9 processes, Padasevanam, by coming to holy places and getting the mercy of the holy places, getting the association of the devotees, and chanting and dancing in glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I'll speak very briefly because His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj will be here soon. We'll give them the main lecture. Sometimes they say in the West there is the introduction and then there's the actual essence. So I'm more like the introduction to the introduction. We, devotees of ISKCON, we more or less absorb ourselves in 3 Leelas of the Lord: Krishna Leela, Chaitanya Leela, and Ram Leela. And we see within each one of those Leelas a certain quality or a certain characteristic of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which is very interesting to note. The Lord descends to this material world for 3 reasons. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata bhutanam adharmasya tadatmaham srujami aham pavitranayam sadhunam vinasanaya chaduskritam dharma samstapanartayam sambhavami yuge yuge. He comes in order to reenact religious principles, to remove irreligion from the world, and to give pleasure to His devotees. And when the Lord comes, He brings His eternal associates with Him to perform these pastimes and to fulfill His mission. And as we were hearing in the last 2 nights, how the Lord is so deeply absorbed in the loving mood of his eternal associates. How it's practically impossible to understand. It is impossible to understand. Everything about the Lord is unlimited. And his love is also unlimited. When Sita was abducted by Ravana, we were hearing last night how the Lord went into a cave for 4 months during the Chaturmasya. And in that cave, he was chanting with one hand the names of Sita, and on the other hand he was holding his heart in great loving separation from his eternal consort. How to understand how deeply the Lord loves his devotees, parts and parcels, especially those who are his eternal associates, whose only business or only desire is to please the Lord in loving devotional service. And how the Lord reciprocates that love. And we see within the Leela of the Supreme Personality of Godhead how much trouble the Lord went to again regain Sita back. Crossing the ocean, building a bridge, organizing the armies, having to destroy the entire city of Lanka and Ravana and all his followers. And then, after the whole thing was finished, and Sita came back, and Sita was so happy and so much relieved from being away from the Lord, that her happiness knew no new bounds. But yet, the Lord had a mission. And his mission was, he came as the perfect king. The perfect representative of the people. Even today, people talk about Ram Raj. Some people do. What is Ram Raj? The perfect example of a ruling king, who is above suspicion in all regards. So when Sita was returned, of course we know the Vedic culture that if a woman is somehow or other away from her husband, she can become considered to be polluted. Even a girl, even today in some villages in India, of course it's becoming rarer and rarer because of the effects of Kali Yuga, that a girl will never associate with any other man. Only on the arrangement of her parents will she associate with her husband and then get married. And that will be her only association through her whole life. And therefore she gives her heart, she gives her life, she gives her energy, she gives her love to that one man throughout her whole life. So that principle, that etiquette, that devotional, cultural understanding is very strong. And Ram wanted to keep that. So therefore, if anyone suspected that Sita had somehow or other deviated from her chastity and her faithfulness to Lord Ram, that would have been a criticism to Lord Ram. And therefore he asked Lakshman he rejected her, actually. He rejected her. He said, you have been touched by another man, you can go wherever you want to go. Whatever you want to do, you can do. But she wanted to prove her chastity, so she told Lakshman to build a funeral pyre, build a fire. Of course, Lakshman did this, but it was difficult for him to do this. Very difficult. But still, Ram gave the second assurance, Lakshman, yes, you could follow Sita's order, and he did that. She entered the fire, and as we were hearing last night, she came out untouched by the fire. Her purity was intact. Her faithfulness was never, even for a second, did she deviate her mind from her love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Shri Ram. But then, the most amazing thing happened. After they returned to Ayodhya. Sita was there, Lakshman was there, Ram came back, and he again took the throne as the ruling king. Bharat, his younger brother, had been ruling for 14 years, but not as a king. He was ruling from a distance. He took the shoes of Ram, put them on the throne, and he went to a distant place nearby the city of Ayodhya, and he ruled from there. Never sitting on the throne, always considering that Ram was the authorized ruling king. His faithfulness for his brother was perfect. Ram returned, Sita, Hanuman, Vibhishan, everyone was back in Ayodhya. And then, one day, after ruling for some time, Ram would actually do this regularly. He would go and he would, in disguise, he would walk through the kingdom and listen just to see what the citizens were saying about him, about his rule. So one day, while walking, he noticed there was some loud speaking in one house. So he listened. And in that house there was a man, and he was chastising his wife. He said, "Where were you last night? You were gone the whole night. I don't know where you were. You have broken your faithfulness to me, and now you want me to accept you back? Do you think I am like Ram, whose wife Sita was gone for some time and he accepted her back? Do you think I'm like that? Therefore I reject you." Ram heard this, and then he realized, still some persons are not finding my rule, my character perfect. So he was very much concerned what to do. There was some criticism. Just a little later after that, he said to Lakshman, "Lakshman, actually, it would be nice to take Sita on a little trip." At that time, Sita was actually pregnant. And Ram said to Lakshman, "You take her to the ashram of Valmiki Muni and stay there for some time." What Ram was doing was actually he was sending Sita away. Lakshman, he did not want to follow this order. He did not want to follow it. But still, his dedication, his love, his obedience to Ram was perfect. In fact, we see throughout the entire Leela how Lakshman was put into many difficult circumstances by the instructions of Lord Ram. There was one pastime that's pretty much one of the central Leelas within the Ramayana. How when Ravana wanted to capture Sita, Lakshman, Ram, and Sita were there. I'm not sure, I believe it was the area of Chitrakoot. And they had been into the forest for 13 years. There was only 1 year left for their exile. And Ravana had approached Maricha. Of course, you all know that story, how he forced Maricha to take the form of a deer to lure Ram away from Sita, and that way he could have the opportunity to abduct Sita. So Maricha did that. he took this form of a mystical-looking deer, very unusual deer. Was actually quite beautiful. Had beautiful jewels all over its body, very colorful. And the deer just came by where Sita and Ram and Lakshman was. And when Sita saw the deer, she immediately said, "Oh Ram, look, this is a wonderful deer. Look how beautiful it is. Oh, wouldn't it be so nice to have that deer? We can take it back to Ayodhya when we go." And Ram didn't say anything. And finally, Sita was persistent. But then Lakshman said, "I don't think this is actually a deer. I know all 8,400,000 species of life, and this is not one of them." But Sita was so infatuated by the beauty of this deer that she insisted that Ram get the deer. And then the deer immediately ran into the woods, far away. And then she said, "Oh Ram, please go catch it." But then he said, "How can I leave you alone? I cannot leave you." Oh, but she was insistent. Finally he went, but then he left Lakshman to guard Sita. He said, "Lakshman, you stay here, I'll be right back." So he went and chased after the deer. And Lakshman was there with Sita. And after some time, Maricha, when he was being chased by Ram, Ram was catching him. Finally, at one point, Ram realized this was not a deer, it was just another demon, Maricha in disguise. So he shot an arrow and he killed. He hit Maricha with the arrow. And while Maricha was dying, he called out, "Lakshman, please help, come, help, help." He was calling in the form of Ram's voice. And when Sita heard that, she said, "Oh Lakshman, your brother's in trouble, please go help him." "I cannot leave you. I have to guard you. It's dangerous. You cannot be alone here." "No, no, you must go. You must help him. He's your brother. He's calling for you. He can take care of himself. He doesn't need me." But she was insistent. Finally, when Lakshman did not go, she said to him, "Now I understand. All this time, you simply want to be with me." Oh, when Lakshman heard that, he was shocked. In fact, he had never even looked above Sita's feet. He would always look only at her feet. He was perfect in his chastity and his service to Mother Sita. And she insulted him. She put him in a situation where he was completely insulted by her talks, and she was completely wrong. Fine, she became so persistent. He said, "Okay, I will go, but if I leave, I know you won't be here. But I will draw a circle." He took his bow and he drew a circle around Mother Sita. He said, "Don't leave that circle." And then he went. After some time, of course, we all know the story, how Ravana came and the Lord Sita outside of the circle eventually captured her. And then when Ram and Lakshman returned and Sita was gone, one of the first things that Ram said to Lakshman, "Why did you leave her? I told you not to leave her." He actually chastised Lakshman. So actually, Lakshman was put into so many difficult circumstances. So many difficult. He was trying to serve to the best of his ability, and his ability was perfect, and his dedication and his love was perfect. But yet, still, he was criticized by Sita for following Ram's orders, and he was criticized by Ram for following Sita's orders. So there's some mentioned that he was thinking, what is the use of becoming this younger brother? Next Leela, I'll become older brother. Because younger brother always has to obey without question the instructions of older brother. So of course we understand in the next Leela, he was Balaram, the older brother, and then Lord Nityananda, the older brother. So again, in this very end of this Leela, at the very end of the Leela, when he was asked by Ram to take Sita to the ashram of Valmiki. He didn't want to do that. He couldn't bear to see Sita and Ram separated again. But still, he did it. And he was riding the chariot, and he was driving the chariot, and Sita was sitting in the back, and she said, Lakshman, where are we going? We're going on some vacation, we're going on some trip. This is very nice. And Lakshman could not answer. He didn't say a word. All he could do in his heart, he was lamenting so much now that Sita will be leaving Ayodhya. And he was practically in tears. And then finally, Sita understood his mind. And she said, Lakshman, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. So Ram, he fulfilled his mission to the conditioned souls by remaining in all circumstances the ideal character, the ideal king in all circumstances, even at the expense of his own loving relationship with his eternal consort, Mother Sita. Krishna, when Krishna was in Vrindavan, there were so many demons. And at one point, Akrura came to Vrindavan to take Krishna out of Vrindavan, to arrange for Krishna to destroy or dispatch these various demons one after another. And the residents of Vrindavan were feeling tremendous separation in loving relationship from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Shri Krishna. But yet, it appears that the Lord broke the heart of his devotees. At the same time, he wanted to fulfill his mission to rid the world of the demoniac forces. So we see that in Ram's Leela, we see that in Krishna's Leela, and again in Chaitanya Leela, when Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took the sannyas order of life, in order to show the ultimate principle of compassion to the fallen conditioned souls, to reach as many persons as he could in that ashram, knowing that being in that ashram gave him topmost advantage to be able to spread Krishna consciousness and for others to accept his words and his teachings. And his devotees, when they found out that he was going to take sannyas, in fact, he didn't even tell. He only told 5 devotees. I'm not sure. He told the Dvaita, I believe it was Gadadhar Pandit, Lord Nityananda, who else? There's 5 devotees that the Lord told that he was going to take sannyas. Only 5. But the rest of the devotees learned simply by the Lord's action what was about to take place. And all of them, practically all of them, were completely broken-hearted to learn that the Lord was going to take the sannyas order of life. He did that just to show compassion to the fallen souls. In fact, some of his devotees, he didn't even want to be there during that sannyas ceremony. He arranged for Lokanath Das Goswami to go to Vrindavan, to stay there during that time, because he knew if Lokanath Das Goswami would see him taking sannyas, it would be too much for his heart to bear. He would simply lose his life in loving service to the Lord. So we see in all 3 Leelas how the Lord apparently breaks the hearts of his devotees in loving separation by performing certain activities in order to show compassion to the fallen, conditioned souls of this world, and to fulfill his missions to purify and to spread the Yuga Dharma. So this is a wonderful example of how the Lord sacrificed his own comforts, his own loving relationships, apparently, in order to show compassion to us. How kind and how merciful is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So we don't have so much time, so I'll end my talk here. His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj will enlighten you with many wonderful other pastimes of Krishna consciousness. So thank you very much for your kind attention. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai.
So he marched. His eyes were so angry. He was crying out, Sita, Sita, I'm coming for you. I will personally bring you back into the loving hand of Ram. And I will destroy that 10-headed demon, that cowardice Rakshasa Ravana. On this very day, with this sword, I will cut off all of his heads. He will die at my hands. And everyone was listening to him.